Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 6 Hours of Kyalami, brought to you by Zealous Racing League, Delta Racing League, and Apollo Racing Club. My name is Shim. I'm going to be your host for today's race, and I'm excited to bring you this coverage of the North American. Let me make sure I get the name right here. I don't want to make a complete fool of myself, and I'm afraid I already have. But North American Converge Endurance Open. This has been kind of coming to a head over the last few months between Apollo Racing Club, Delta Racing League, and Zealous Racing League. Delta and Apollo have already done their endurance races earlier, or last year I should say, and now finally, last but not least, we have ZRL hosting our 6 Hours of Kyalami. This is a special track for Zealous Racing League. Almost every single season we've had an extended race at Kyalami. It's a favorite of all of the drivers in Zealous, and holds a special place in our heart when it comes to our season racing. So I'm excited to bring 6 hours of coverage here at Kyalami today with mixed class racing, with GT4s, GT3 cars, running around this beautiful South African track. I'm going to take a moment to introduce the teams here, and because we have a few familiar faces to those who are a part of the Zealous Racing League, family, and we also have a lot of new faces, people that I haven't seen race before, and should provide for some excellent competition between everyone today. Teams that we have for GT3 class, in no particular order, we have in the Honda NSX GT3 Evo, we have team No Beans with Sam Sneltrin and Jeff Spangler. One moment. Let's see if I can maybe find their car. All right. Let's try that again. But No Beans, Sam Sneltrin, Jeff Spangler team in the AMR V8 Vantage, Sebastian Erdmann and Philip Hein. Make sure hopefully I spelled that or said that right. Bavarian Racing in the Porsche 911-2 GT3, Wolfgang Meyer and Andy Meyer. We've got Piston Team, which I believe that is the car in the Audi with the Lightning McQueen livery that you can see behind Meyer here. That's Retro and Suzu Durand. Scuderia Franco Sujo, some folks that you might recognize if you've raced in Zealous Racing League. JP Belanger and Matthew Reed. Reed being one of our ZRL admins, and sure enough, there they are right there. We have the BJR Anime Club XD in the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. Mark Anthony Landry and Marc Andre Melancione. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Ruffy Racing in the Honda NSX, Dominic Cypress and Christian Koger. We have BGR Shakira and Celine, Michael Formato and Abe, Durate, or Durte. Selpor Racing Team in the Lexus, Colin Hogenberg and Lud Flores. Esports Waychefs Calfoun, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right as well. Juan Paredo and Edgardo Donoso in the Honda NSX. Transatlantic Sim Racing, Ian Paskin and Richard Vinema in the AMR V8 Vantage. We've got Team Schmumiskins Porsche Works Team in the Porsche. Jean-Sebastian Casingena and oh, do I sound double? I sound double right now. My sound is double. Wonder what that is. One sec. Let me see if I can fix that just in a moment. Don't think I have anything else up. Apologies for the technical difficulties here. Anyone else having that issue too? Interesting. Again, I'm not sure where the technical difficulties are coming from. First, we didn't have any sound from someone during like the pre-way stuff. But no, I've just checked the stream. Everything looks good. But the Porsche Works team is Nagel Terran and Jean-Sebastian Casagena. And the Porsche, another Porsche team, the team Shumiskins, Porsche, Zach Doran and Shu Wilspin. Drunk Drivers Racing team in the Audi R8 is going to be Christian Landry and Eric Vinny Bordeaux. In Chaotic Husayara, Ben Burchett and Mikloja, oh man, I'm going to butcher this last name. I'm not even going to try. Mikola Mikolaj Shurischik. Hopefully I fixed that. Got that right. Ace of Speed in the AMR V8 Vantage, Vladimir Vinoviev, Mikhail Madolkin, and Pavel and Aronov. We've got Talane Racing, Abner Primuzev, Barnabas Beta. They are in the R8. Skill issues with Wojciech Zarzek and Sam Weffling in the R8. Bricks Racing, Rador Felgen and Skylar Loverink in the Ferrari 448. Then we have XBB Motorsport, Igor Saskoka, Ruslan Kowaluk, and Alexei Suvorov. And last but not least, Tyson Racing, Felipe Casino, Timo Lettenbauer, and Sam Schar. Then we have our GT4 teams here. We have Vice Racing Endurance, Javier Miranda, Paul LeBlanc in the BMW M4. Got a lot of Genettas for the GT4 class. We have, thank you Venom for the subscribe. For low fuel racing, so it's just us, is going to be Dustin Fletcher and Melon Pitch in the Ginetta GT4. Two guys that have raced with Zealous many times in the past. We have low fuel racing. Wait, the race is today. Sam Karasala and DC Spud. Low fuel racing. Did you set tire pressures? M. McAdams and Nathan Tanner. And last but not least, low fuel racing. Are those the other cars? Anthony Jones and Eric Naglich. So those are the low fuel racing teams right there. Skinny Richard Racing Team is in the Mercedes AMG GT4, Elizabeth Fraser and Brady Sanchez-Beyer. We've got Delso Racing Leagues, powered by self-entitled Muppets. The Porsche Cayman GT4 is what they're driving. Jonathan Lee, Evan Toth, and Alex Rivera. Speedy Fellows in another Porsche is Rick Reeder and Jabran Setith. I hopefully pronounced your name right. Sorry. Pan Am Racing, stupid Canadian. I am not Jimmy and Brady Lee in the Mercedes AMG GT4. Kaiju Racing in the BMW, Aaron Jackson, Rob Franken, and Phil Roberts. And last but not least, again in GT4s in the Audi R8 GT4, Aiden Hasbrook and Louis Benora. So that's all of our teams for this great endurance race. I believe we have, if I'm counting it right, 32 cars on the track, all of them with at least 2 drivers. So over 60 drivers joining us, maybe even close to 70 drivers joining us for this GT3 and GT4 endurance race challenge here. It's going to be an exciting battle, exciting race. We have 6 hours in the sunset, in the setting sun of Kyalami. All of the time today is going to be in real time. So 6 hours from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. in time. There is the possibility for anything to happen for these races in terms of track conditions. There could be rain, there could be sun, it could be cold, it could be warm. Our drivers are going to have to be ready for anything. They have the full 50 set of tires. Drivers can only have a max 65 minute stint. But I don't believe there's any restrictions put on how many stints each driver can do. I think just all the drivers on your team need to run a stint. But it should be some close battles today. Looking at some of our times in free practice here, they've been going at it, and some of you may have been watching this for quite a while now. They've been going at it for almost an hour and a half of practice, or some of these guys, and the times, as you can see, are getting fairly close together right now. The Audi of Landry. We actually have 2 Landrys, Mark Antony Landry, the BJR Anime Club Landry. They are currently sitting at the top of our timing sheets with a 140.5. Very cool that we also have folks from all around the world here. We've got Canada, we've got Germany, we've got Spain, France. Anywhere you might look, we have drivers racing with us today. All right. We also have a lot of different types of cars out there today. We've got Audis, Porsches, AMR, Vantages. We've got a few Hondas out there. We've got a couple Ginettas in the GT4 class, actually 4 Ginettas. All of the low fuel racing guys are in Ginettas. We've even got a Lexus out there, Colin Hogenberg. Taking a look at all of our liveries here. There we have the BGR Animate Club team. The Bricks Racing team there. Take a look at all of our liveries as free practice is now winding down. We'll watch our final drivers now as they come on through their last free practice lap. Now, for qualifying here, our drivers are going to, our different classes are going to be able to qualify separately. So I believe the GT3 cars are going to go out first, or the GT4 cars. Don't exactly remember which ones are going out first, but one of the classes will go out first. They'll do their laps for, I believe it's 14 minutes or so. And once that 14 minutes is over, the next class can go and start. So it gives our 2 classes of cars kind of free air, open air to be able to set the fastest lap, most representative of their fastest lap. That way they're not passing any lap traffic, because as you can see, The GT4s are about 10 seconds slower than the fastest GT3s. So it's going to be very good for them to be able to have some open air in their respective classes. Now, as qualifying begins here, we're going to follow the first car out there. I think it's the 722 or maybe 7. I think it's the GT4. So the GT4s will be out first here. The 793 car, the Audi of Hasbrook, is out first. So what we'll do is we'll follow Hasbrook of the GTMR Racing team. Him and his teammate Louis Benora will follow them out on their first hot lap. The Janetta of McAdams close behind for this first lap. So as you can see, the times were about 10 seconds off, so that means we're looking for about somewhere within the 150s for these GT4 cars. Kyalami, a great track for both classes of cars. A lot of wide turns, but narrow rest of the track. You know, this last turn here provides for some excellent overtaking possibilities. You got the famous cheetah, the bump on the inside there. Very deadly if you hit that wrong. Let's head into the car of Hasbrook here as we follow him on his first hot lap in that Audi. As we come down the start-finish straight, we got a slight kink, which is technically turn 1, going down into the hard braking zone hairpin of turn 2, braking at about the 100-meter board. Goes a little bit wide, but trying to get all the way to the outside there. You want to hug that next corner there. Go as wide as you can, going into the tricky uphill left-hander. Using as much of the runoff there, it widens, so you can use a lot of more runoff there than you might think. Into a coasting right-hander. This is a tricky, that is a very tricky turn in both GT4s and GT3s. You have to manage your understeer well there. You want to make sure you get in. Now into a tricky little downhill, then uphill S section here. Easy to get that wrong, and if you get the line wrong, you'll be shoved wide there. Up the hill, into the spoon. Technically 2 turns here, but kind of just treat it as one very long turn. Down the hill, into a flat-out left-hander. Into one of the widest turns on the track. A lot of different lines that you can take through there. Probably the best passing opportunity other than turn 2. Into Cheetah. Don't want to hit that sausage curb on the inside. You will unsettle the car almost definitely. And as Hasbrook passes the finish line, we have a 152.5 as the first lap set by the GT4 class. And that is a lap around Kyalami. We see a few other cars here. Anthony Jones is in the Janetta, putting a lap 151.5, a second faster. I Am Not Jimmy sets 1 4/10 slower. Fletcher is just 2/10 behind Jones. So we look at Rob Franken now in the BMW. Ooh, goes a little bit, gets a little bit too much oversteer going into that turn, but he has set the fastest lap, a 151.3. I don't think this one's going to be good enough for that, though. Freaking in the BMW M4. Jones, our fastest Janetto, with Dustin Fletcher right behind him. The Mercedes-AMG of Pan Am Racing, driven by I Am Not Jimmy, tentatively P2, with Evan Toth of the DRL team close behind in that Delta Racing League livery of that Porsche. Rick Reeder in a black and gold Porsche P8 right now. Hasbrook goes one faster. Jones goes faster with a 150.7. That's our fastest lap right now. Sam Karasala, the slowest of our low fuel motorsports teams right now. Low fuel racing, sorry. And then Elizabeth Fraser in the AMG goes off the road here. And if I look real quick, that is the only other car that has yet to set a time is Javier Miranda. Has yet to set a time for the GT4 cars. So right now that puts him technically at the bottom, but he's still got some time to make it up, and opting to let a car go by, it looks like. The Audi of Hasbrook is coming in close behind. Not a really great place to let somebody pass there, but it'll do. Elizabeth back out on the track. On the outlap to set another fast one out there. We're almost 10 minutes in already to our GT4 qualifying session. I think they have about 6 minutes left to go now. It should give them a handful of opportunities left to set a lap. Saw Miranda there. Javier Miranda still hasn't set a lap just yet in that BMW. Let's see if he can do one here. Goes a little bit wide into that turn too. Now these GT4 cars, if you're used to driving the GT3s most of the time, can be a bit difficult to manage at first because there's so much more body roll to the GT4s. Some people really struggle when there's a lot softer suspension in the cars. Some people really like that. Some people don't. Um, really kind of up to personal preference in terms of how you like to drive. I know for myself, I definitely prefer softer suspension. I like to feel that body roll, but I know friends of mine who raced, and if there's any semblance of body roll, they lose all ability to drive the car, it seems like. And again, that's nothing wrong with the drivers themselves. It's just really up to personal preference. It tends to be a lot of like what the cars you drive, or what cars you drive more often, kind of help dictate what you're good at or what you prefer. You know, somebody who drives F1 cars most of the time in iRacing or whatever it might be, going to a soft suspension car can be quite difficult to adjust to. Ooh, Karasala coming in hot there off of Cheetah, and Miranda opting not to set the lap there. Now for the coverage today, I'm going to be commentating for the first bit of it and parts in between, but given that it is a 6-hour race, there's a good chance that there'll be breaks in between there, but no worries. The stream will go on, similar to practice. But we do thank you for coming in and tuning in to this special event here. I want to give a huge thank you to our ZRL admins, Wolf and KP, Cobra, for helping set this all up, as well as Collis and Reed for all the work that they put in. And we want to also thank Delta Racing League and Apollo Racing Club for joining us in this endeavor to create an endurance racing circuit. Frazier able to set a faster lap there. I think it's great that we're able to continue to work together and provide unique opportunities for drivers within North America and around the world. You know, even though we are all centered in North America, run in North America, we always have drivers from all around the world joining us for our leagues. Like I had mentioned, all the nationalities we have before. I know that for Zealous we have drivers from Mexico, Puerto Rico, all the like. Live timing sheets. We do not have a live timing sheet at the moment, Carbonado. Apologies for that. We have the we have fastest laps right now overall, and I'll shift that during the race to show the distance between drivers at the different sectors. I can give some timing information though, with the fastest lap being a 50.5 .590, 150.590. That's set by Anthony Jones. Paul LeBlanc has taken over the car for Vice Racing here. And now he's on his first fast lap in the car. But Jones did just set a faster lap of 50.522. Looking at the sector timing, he is faster in all sectors to Rob Franken behind, who is 4/10 behind in the BMW. He's furthest behind in sector, or he's furthest ahead in sectors 1 and 2. Going to some closer racing there, we have, you know, I Am Not Jimmy in the AMG. He's actually faster in sector. He's actually faster in sector 1 right now, but he loses time in sectors 2 and 3. Looks like our drivers are actually pretty close in terms of timing in sector 2, and where a lot of drivers are losing the time is in sectors 1 and 3. And I believe this will be the last lap for all of these GT4 drivers, as well as they now are coming across the line and LeBlanc goes off the track. I think that's going to be his lap invalidated. I don't think he's going to get another. The GT3s will be up momentarily. And now that 15 minutes are left, GT3s are on the track. LeBlanc really needs to set his fastest lap here as we watch all of GT3 cars now coming onto the track. Imagine we'll see some 140s. Maybe if somebody is able to set a blistering lap, maybe a 139. We'll have to see. Let's take a look at some of these liveries here. The No Beans car. Honda NSX. A lot of cars in the Team WRT. There we have Suzu Durand in the 95 Lightning McQueen livery Audi. I Am Speed. Felgen, the Bricks Racing Ferrari. Very fun little logo there. And if I know my flags correctly, that is a Swedish flag that they're flying under. Now our GT3s coming across the finish line for their first hot laps. Let's go to our leading GT3 here real quick. Let's see if I can get it. It's the Marc-Anthony Landry. Now it's kind of a running gag that I mess up names in Zealous, and I must say that the big culprit is the French-Canadian ones. Maybe that's because we have quite a few French-Canadian drivers for Zealous. Carbonato, being a race engineer, you're going to have to join the Zealous Discord and message our admins about that question. Admins being Cobra, KP, and Wolf. You'll need to ask them about that and see if that's something that they can accommodate here last minute. And here we are, Landry crossing the finish line. First fast lap for our GT3 class is a 149, or a 140.9, sorry. As we watch the cars come in behind, we'll see if anyone's able to challenge that. The Porsche of Doran is able to challenge that. Zach Doran in the Porsche Works SMS car. We have another faster driver here, Nagel Taryn, another Porsche car. The two Porsche Works team, the SMS teams. The 91 and 92 cars. I just recognize that their names are Shumi Skins. I wonder if that is, it must be like their sponsor or maybe livery maker. I just realized that just now. But two Shumi Skins teams, Mark Anthony in that Audi does go faster, a 40.4. At the end there, all of our GT4 cars were able to set a time. Taryn getting awfully close to Landry here. Setting our fastest lap. Landry's actually slower in sector 3, and there we go. We have a 40.330 by our Porsche 91 car. Track is looking like good conditions right now. A little bit of clouds in the sky, but no rain on the forecast. We'll hope that sticks for the race itself. Like I mentioned, anything is possible. We've got some close times, though, in our cars in the lead. And as Landry crosses the finish line here, a 40.242. Hello, Shumi Skins. Welcome to the stream. Some love for our 91 and 92 cars out there. Doing quite well in those Porsches. Currently sitting provisional P2 and 3 with 7 minutes 40 seconds left in qualifying. Let's take a look at some of our other drivers. Dorn currently out on, I think, a fast lap or an outlap currently. Our fastest Aston Martin at the moment, Sebastian Erdmann. Looks to be in a Ken Block tribute Aston Martin livery there. The No Beans Honda NSX, doing well. Felgen in the Ferrari, the Bricks Racing team, doing very well to put himself into provisional P3. A lot of time left, though, for our drivers to answer. The Kayada Kusaria, our Polish drivers. Currently in P7 in the Porsche. Ace of Speed 3, Vladimir Vinoviev. Currently running in the Aston Martin. Got quite a unique livery there, split into two sections, a kind of red camo and red, black, and white camo, and a lightning bolt on the other side. Andy Meyer, Bavarian Racing in the Porsche. Currently sitting a second back from our leaders, but doing well. Still in the top 10. We have a few drivers that have yet to make a lap. The Polish Audi team here with Wojciech Zarecki. I'm going to just say Zarecki because I think I've butchered his last name, or his first name. Juan Paredo. In the NSX, hoping to set a lap here. 5 minutes left in qualifying for our drivers. Now this track will lead to some tricky racing between our drivers. Um, it's not always the easiest place to track to pass on, but there are two very good opportunities. One being, well, you can pass into the spoon, but it's not nearly as easy as down the hill. And into this wide turn here that Durant currently breaking into. A lot of lines, like I've mentioned, for that turn right there. See if Durant can go faster this lap. Might be a bit off track there. We'll have to see. Is that going to be a valid lap? And it is. Goes P15. Felgen now currently sitting in the provisional pole position with a 40.215. Very close between our top drivers here. Hermatite, Ian Paskin, Michael Formato, the Shakira and Celine BGR team. Belanger able to set a lap for our Frico Sujo team. Still have one car yet to make their lap at all. Our Polish team of Zarzecki. Our Poutine liveried friends. Currently sitting P12. Our one and only Lexus is sitting in P13, Colin Hogenberg. Now it's going to be imperative for our drivers to stay clean on the first few laps. Being a 6-hour race, there's plenty of room to make, there's plenty of time to make different moves, plenty of room to make mistakes, plenty of room to make moves. The last thing our drivers are going to want to do is gather damage and penalties. We do have live stewarding, so any penalties that we do see, they are going to be looked at by our drivers, or by our stewards, sorry, and they will be monitored. And penalties might be given to different moves and things that we see that might be out of the rules. One minute left in qualifying. Again, before qualifying ends, I just want to thank you all for joining us for this 6 hours of Kyalami. It's going to be a great race. It's going to be a long race. So it'll be interesting to see how this all pans out. Given our fastest lap times, could be a lot of battles throughout the day. It's going to be very fun to see how this all pans out. And I must admit, this is my first time casting for an endurance event. Although that might not technically be true. ZRL did a mini endurance event at Silverstone. last year, 2 hours of Silverstone racing. But I think the difference between 2 hours and 6 hours is pretty drastic. I think it leads itself to a lot more tire management, maybe fuel strategy options from our teams. They obviously want to just continue to go as fast as possible, but when you put driver changes in the mix and all the tire management that you must do. Welcome KP to the chat. Qualifying is over. Landry currently setting our fastest lap. It looks like he might be sticking with it. Taryn's in the pits. Falcon in the pits. Landry currently crossing the line for his final lap. And is he able to do one better? He is not, but he still will have pole position. That is our BJR Anime Club team that is sitting currently in pole position with Felgen, our Bricks Racing team, taking P2. Taryn of our 91 Shumi Skins team is taking P3. Doran taking P4, our other Shumi Skins team. KP is actually one of our stewards. Here we go. Our drivers will have 5 minutes before the race to get everything together and in order. But like I mentioned, BGR Anime Club, P1. In P2, we have our Bricks Racing team. Our 91 Shumi Skins team in P3, 92 Shumi Skins team in P4. In P5, we have the No Beans Honda NSX. In P6, we have the Gimmickana Ken Block Tribute of Sebastian Erdmann, and they are running right now the team. They are just the team. Vladimir from Ace of Speed in P7. Wolfgang Meyer of the Bavarian Racing team is in P8. Ben Burchett of the Chaotic Cruceria in P9. Ian Paskins is P10 in the TSR AMR. Michael Formato in the BJR Shakir and Celine livery AMR. We have our Franco Sujo Belanger in P12. P13, we have Lud Flores driving in the Lexus, our one and only Lexus on the grid. In P14, we have Juan Paredo in the Esports Waytrafis Honda NSX. Felipe Casino in the Tizen Racing Team Porsche. Kristen Landry rocking the Audi, currently sitting P16. Suzu Durand is in the Audi McQueen Piston Team Audi, running P17. Last but not least, Igor Zeskoka is in the BMW M4 XBB Motorsport. We do have one more Audi behind, the Zarzeki, in our GT3 car. Not sure what's happening with them right now, but they are there in the mix. For our GT4 class, Anthony Jones of one of our low fuel racing teams, currently sitting in pole position. That is are those the other cars, low fuel racing team. Aaron Jackson from, let's see what team he's from here. Aaron Jackson from our Kaiju Racing team is in the BMW M4 in P2. I Am Not Jimmy is in the Pan Am Racing team, Mercedes AMG. Rick Reeder in the Porsche 911, the Speedy Fellows team. Dustin Fletcher, Low Fuel Racing. So it's just us team. One of our Genettas, P5 for the GT4 class. Aiden Hasbrook in the Audi from our GTMR Racing team. Jonathan Lee in the Delta Racing League Porsche GT4. Sam Carasala in the the race is today, Low Fuel Racing Genetta. And McAdams in the Did You Set Your Tire Pressures Genetta. Elizabeth Frazier in the Mercedes from our team, Skinny Richard Racing Team. Javier Miranda in our last spot for the GT4 class in the BMW, and he is representing Vice Racing Endurance. So that's what we have for our current starting lineup. A lot of drivers, a lot of things to remember here, but it should be 6 hours of excellent racing. As we wind down, we have appears that we have a full formation lap for our cars to warm up their tires and get ready for this race. As Landry now leads the pack. So give our GT4 cars plenty of time to warm up those tires. Remember, GT4s do not start out with any warm tires when they start races. They start on cold tires, no tire blankets for them, while the GT3s do have some tire blankets. It does appear that one of our cars is falling back from the rest of the pack here. Let's see if that's the car. I think, nope. Zarzeki is here. The 4, the 7, the 4, sorry, 3-5 car. Don't currently see the 435 car in my timing sheets. It's actually the 435 of the Chaotic Husaria team. Maybe they had a last-minute driver change that they needed to do. Taking a look at our teams. Yep, the Chaotic Husaria, if I'm saying that right, team. Looks like they had a driver change that they wanted to do at the last minute. That means they're going to start from the pit lane. About halfway through this starting lap here. It's going to be interesting because we do have a GT3 car in the back of all the GT4s. Not sure how that's going to pan out. And here we go. And now as our grid forms here, goes to 2x2. As they come around Cheetah. And now, turning the final corner here, we are about to start the race. Our GT4s right behind our GT3s. 6 hours of Kyalami racing coming right now. We are green. The races begin. Landry and the Audi gets a great jump off the line. Felgen dropping back. Going to feel the pressure from the two Porsches behind. One Porsche on the inside. The 91 is on the inside, but he's going to think better of it. Backs out. Seems like the first turn is clear for now. Felgen holds off the two Porsches behind. And Taryn in the 91 Porsche is able to hold off his teammate behind him. Oh, we do have a Mercedes, or sorry, no, that is a Aston Martin that is currently running behind as well. That has just gotten bumped. The 101 car has gotten bumped as well. Sneltrin. Looking back to our GT4s, Rob Franken has taken the lead of the GT4 class. That's from Anthony, who is in the lead to begin. Let's see where he is. Anthony Jones is currently sitting in the back of the pack, got into a little bit of a kerfuffle. And right now, as the timing screens work themselves out, currently shows that our last place driver is in first, but first lap shenanigans working itself out. The 101 car, the No Beans car of Sam Sneltrin, got into a lap 1 incident there. This little front pack of cars is really pulling away from everyone else now. They're already almost 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack, and they're really sticking close together. Lap 1 seems overall relatively clean. We do have some GT4s and GT3s in the mix there in the back. They'll work themselves out probably eventually. No Beans cars slowly making their way now down the mine shaft. And Landry comfortably taking the lead, holding it off for now. Still was hoping to gain a little bit more time from this train here as they continue lap 2 now. Looking back further in the pack, we've got a lot of cars close together here. The BMW of Zealous is getting very close to the front there. Looks like a great start from his team. I think he just made a move there at Sunset, the long right-hand turn. As they go up and down the S's here, up to the spoon. Awfully close, and we have a car into the barriers. Venet Bordeaux goes into the barriers at the spoon, looking to rejoin safely here. We do have a car glitching through Zarzecki. Currently running up the back of the pack here. Sneltrin is in the pits right now, trying to get some fixes on that No Beans car. Still a lot of race left to go. A lot of things could happen before the end of this race. Landry comfortably holding the lead. Felgen behind. Then our two Porsche cars behind. The Schumi Skins cars doing well in P3 and 4. And now it's really where our drivers are going to want to start heading into a bit of a groove here. Got some GT4 cars battling it out here in the back. And a train of cars here. Zezkoka trying to move its way up. And looking back, some big battles between our some big battles from our GT3 cars behind here. Hasbrook has taken the lead of the GT4 class with Franken, Jimmy, and Toth close behind. Jones has made his way back up into P6, I believe that is, of the GT4 class after starting on pole position and getting into a bit of an incident there on lap 1. Hasbrook trying to run away with it now, currently a second ahead of the cars in front. Looking at some of our battles here. Franken. Paul LeBlanc goes wide into the crocodiles there. Frazier will come off clean. Other cars that appear to be have dropped back. Spud, Reeder, and McAdams also seem to have had some lap 1 incidences. Belanger now running close with a lot of other cars here. Formato, sorry, on the inside of Belanger as they go through Sunset here, is going to have to concede that position. Pretty textbook move. And as you can see there behind, that's the No Beans Honda NSX. Started P5, I believe, is where they started. Now, after repairing the damage, looking to make the drive back up the field. Battle here between Casino and Paskin. Looks at Crocodiles, thinks better of it. As they come now towards Cheetah. Awfully close. Casino's getting ready to make a move, it looks like here. Not going to have the space here on the final turn. But maybe down the straight. Let's see if Casino can make it happen. As they come down the start-finish straight, is Casino going to be able to make the move? Let's go back to that. It appears that he's able to make it, but the switchback from Paskin, is he going to be able to hold it? He does. As these two cars now come towards Sunset. Ooh, close, almost contact between Paskins and Casino here. Through Sunset, Porsche takes a nice line there. Outside, Paskin's gonna cut it off. Casino looks into the S's, really dives it up the inside there. That is a very dangerous place to be passing, but made the move, and I don't believe there was any contact, maybe minor contact, but now as you can see, Zeskoka is now very close to Paskin here. Looks to make a move out of Spoon there, but don't think he's going to have the space. Very good battles. Looking back to the GT4s, things are starting to even out between those cars back there. If I go back, Jones is making his way up the field. Looks like he is in P5 of the class now, or 1, 2, 3, 4. He's in P6 still, but Casino goes a bit wide. But I don't think Paskins is going to be able to catch up because Paskins went wide as well. Looks like some damage on the left side of that V8 Vantage. Down the start finish, look at all these cars. 6 cars in a train here. Now remember, we're only 10 minutes into a 6-hour race, so awfully close between these drivers. And plenty of room for mistakes and gains to be made. Ooh, Casino goes very wide and Sunset there. Easy to do. The understeer can catch you off guard if you're not careful and you don't get the right angle into that turn. it's a tricky balance sunset there because you want to obviously keep as much speed as possible, and usually you don't have to brake too much, but if you do end up going wide into sunset there, uh, you might need to brake in order to not go wide, but obviously you don't want to brake if no one else behind you is going to be braking. It looks like the No Beans car is making some moves behind, kind of in the pack right here. No Beans car, remember, was involved in some lap 1 incidences, and they're actually a lap down right now, but they're battling it out in the middle there because any positions that they gain here is just more time that they're going to be gaining later in the race as well. Let's see if Sneltrin is going to make a move on Pareto here. Remember, lapped car, but the No Beans car did qualify P5. On the inside, going down into turn 2, not able to make the move on Pareto. If we go to our leader here, Falcon looks to be catching up, and Terran in that Porsche, keeping very close watch on Falcon there. Terran in the Porsche actually has the fastest lap so far with a 41.112. That's only about a half a tenth faster than Landry's lap, and only a tenth faster than Falcon's lap ahead of him. Anthony Jones still looking to make some moves in that Ginetta. Looks like some close battles in the GT4 class here. Want to see if Terran's going to be able to make a move here real quick. We'll watch some of our GT4s here real quick as we have Franken and Hasbrook battling it out going into sunset. Let's go back to this battle. Felgen, Terran looking on the inside, thinks better of it, goes back, kind of just poking his nose out, letting him know that he's there. He's going to have to watch out for it. Does force LeBlanc wide. Now they're really just going to have to follow each other for the rest of this lap. Let's go back to Hasbrook and Franken here. Give the GT4 some love. If we actually go back, McAdams and Frazier here looking to have a good battle. I believe Elizabeth has been able to make quite a few moves early in this race so far. Qualified second to last, but so far has been making great progress up the field. Durand with a 5-second penalty, maybe for some contact. That's from our stewards. Avoidable contact between Durand and car 202 as a 5-second penalty awarded. McAdams able to hold off so far, but goes wide out of Cheetah. Frazier's maybe going to get an opportunity, but that's not looking likely as Landry, the GT3s, are coming close behind this little battle right here. We are currently 15 minutes into the race. And throughout the race today, we may have our live stewards, Cobra and Wolf, coming in, joining us for some commentary. Now that I'm looking at that Ginetta, I wonder if there's some damage on the front of that car. I could be wrong. Might be just seeing the livery, but might be some damage as well. Let's go to Meyer here with a battle against Flores in front, Lud Flores. Awfully close here Andy Meyer to making a move on the Lexus. A lot of close battles already in this race. The Audi of Zarzecki has already made his way up into P15 as our two GT3s pass the GT4 of Reeder there. Reeder looks to have some damage on that Ginetta. Or sorry, I think that's a Porsche, sorry. Meyer maybe making the move. Getting into some lap traffic here. Fraser and McAdams there in front. Meyer now getting caught up by McAdams. He's going to lose him some time to Flores in front. Landry sitting fairly comfortably there in the lead. Got some cars in between him. Felgen and Taryn still battling it out here. A lot of love in the chat for the two Porsches, the two Shumi Skins Porsches of Taryn and Doran. Doing quite well for themselves right now. The 92 car of Doran sitting very comfortably there in P4. Got some space in front and behind. And looks like Tarrant was able to make a move on Felgen there. Almost missed it. But that'll move the 91 Porsche car up into P2. Felgen must have gotten mixed up there with a lot of the traffic. I know I did. I barely even saw that. Looking back into some of our battles here, it looks like Meyer has gotten back up to Flores here as they come out of the S's. There might be an opportunity. Oh, sorry, that's turn 2. As now they come towards Sunset. As you can see in front, some battles in front of them. Some damage on the front of that Lexus, probably hampering the top speed. No other penalties so far. As they all pass Jones now. Going back to our GT4 class, Toth and Jimmy here. Having some battles in the GT4 class. I do apologize as well. We don't have any replay features in my broadcaster suite. So we won't be able to replay any of the incidences. We're just going to have to see them as they go. Delta Racing driver Toth looking to make a move on Jimmy here. Getting themselves into some traffic here with the GT3 cars. They got one behind as well. One dives up the inside Two of them will go. That's actually Meyer and Flores there. Some very close battles from our drivers here. Belanger, a lot of the drivers just outside of the top 10 getting into some very close battles. We currently have 26 people watching right now. That is I think that's a high for me, at least, in my time as the broadcaster for Zealous. So thank you so much for all of you joining in and tuning into this race. It's our absolute pleasure to be able to provide these battles to you, this racing. Here we are back just outside of the top 10. Like I was mentioning, some close battles. Zakoka, Zarzeki, and Formato getting awfully close to these drivers as they pass some of our GT4 cars. There's Jones and the Janetta. Fairly simple pass there. But yeah, thank you so much for all of you tuning in. Like I mentioned in the pre-race and the qualifying show, that this is put on by Zealous with the help of Delta Racing League and Apollo Racing Club. This is the final chapter, I should say, of our 3-round Endurance Open. Ooh, and we have some crashes there. Belanger, Jones, a lot of cars there piled up there into the S's. What did I mention earlier, that is a dangerous part of the track? Belanger got swept up into that. Jones got swept up. Oh man, I feel so bad for Jones. He was just a lowly GT4 driver. Probably caught up in a little tango with some GT3s there. That's definitely something our stewards are going to have to look at. Bet there's going to be some penalties, and oh, so much damage on that Janetta of Jones right there. Oh, that's tragic. He was just trying to get back after some lap 1 incidences there. Really a nightmare opening for Jones. Still a lot of race left, but my goodness, I feel so bad. And oh, the car is now so incredibly hard to drive. I can imagine his suspension is probably ruined. He's got so much to deal with there now. And Jones will make it his way into the pits there. Got to repair that damage now before it gets too bad. And that's looks like Pareto was one of the cars that got into that. Belanger got into that. So some damage between our cars there. Terran's able to pull a 1.5 second gap up in the lead of our GT3 class here, in front of Felgen. Looking back, Paskins and Casino still battling it out here. Hasbrook really hasn't been able to shake Franken definitively. Franken still 1.3 seconds back. There we go. We've got another penalty, lap 1 incident between Meyer and Snelltrain. That's going to be a penalty for Meyer in the 911 car, 15-second penalty, as that caused some significant damage to the No Beans car. So that battle between Flores and Meyer It's going to be hampered here in a bit. Can imagine as well, soon there's going to be a penalty for whatever incident happened there in the S's between Belanger, I think, and a few other drivers. Jones was caught up into that. Pareto caught up in that. Reed has taken over for Belanger now. Pareto continues to drive that car for the eSports Way Chaffis, if I'm saying that right, team. Go back to our battles here. Casino pulling away from Paskins now. Zarzecki and Zeskoka still having a bit of a battle here. Going back to our GT4 class, we have I Am Not Jimmy and Toth still battling it out here. Porsche GT3 making its way. The Delta Racing League team is hoping to make a move here soon. Oh, very close between the GT3 and GT4s there. We'll give Toth a bit of breathing room. Reader getting close to Spud getting close to Reader here. Maybe a overtake soon from DC Spud. Looks like Spud's car doesn't have any damage on it, but Reader's got plenty of damage on that Porsche. Let's see if Spud's able to make the move. Takes the inside line going into the Crocodiles. Breaks a bit early. Not able to make it stick. Just waiting for any update on penalties here. Spud takes the inside line. Lets Terran pass. You know, that's going to be what's tricky about this racing, the racing today, is that with all these GT4 cars getting passed so often by the GT3s, and ooh, makes a dive up the middle on Reader here, and it looks like that's going to make it stick. He's going to sit on the inside there. That's a battle going on right there. Felgen is on the outside, just wants to pass and get away from this, and I think that indeed will be the move by Spud there into turn 2. Takes it a little wide, but they did have a GT3 car on their inside. Good moves by our GT4, staying out of the way there, and still racing strong between the class. Zarzecki looking to make a pass on Zeskoka now here, turn 2, and I think it'll stick. Zarzecki needs to hold that inside now, and I think he will. That'll be P11. Still getting close, though, that BMW. I think it'll stick. Zarzecki into P11 after starting in last place of the race. So good moves from Zarzecki there, moving up the pack. Formato, sorry, getting awfully close as well. Well, we are almost 30 minutes into this race already. 1/12 of the way through. Still a long way for our drivers to go, but we've already had some great battles in the opening minutes here. Also some penalties as well. A lot of damage out there I can see with a lot of cars on the track. But now it seems like things are kind of evening out. Looks like LeBlanc was getting into the tussle there, being a lapped car. Looking back at Jones here, I think he had to make another pit stop to fix up his car. But he's still out there. He's still going. I think he's going to have to make another pit stop here soon to change the driver. He's only allowed 65 minutes at maximum on a stint. Since they haven't switched out yet, he's going to have to make that change. Letting the GT3s pass there. Following our second Porsche SMS car here, Doran. Again, having a pretty quiet race. Looks like Erdmann is getting a little bit closer behind, but still got about 3.5 seconds to wait. Now, 30 minutes in, we might be seeing our tires starting to lose their grip just a little bit between 30 minutes of driving. So, wonder if that Porsche is suffering from the tire degradation. Maybe a little bit harder from than Erdmann behind. Looking back at the Franco Sujo team, looks like they fixed all their damage, but seem to have more than other teams. Flores, like I said, looks to have some damage on the front of that car. I am not Jimmy now, feeling pressure from Toth behind. This is about the closest they've ever been together here. Just past the 30-minute point here, and I think this is a good chance for me to take my first break of the day as everything is kind of settled out here. Drivers are just racing, trying to keep those tires in order until the first pit stop. I'm going to let the driving do the talking here for a little bit, replenish my coffee myself, and give my voice a bit of a break. Like I mentioned, we might get some guest commentators in the chat here when I return.
Hello, everyone. How we doing today? Is that Taran catching up to Landry there? Battle for the lead heating up.
Welcome, Portis.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thought I'd drop by since you're here and hang out for a little bit. Probably getting close to our first pit stops here from one of our teams.
The first round of pit stops were the bulk of the field, though we've had a couple pitters already to
True.
take care of some damage.
Very true. Yeah, you're right. The battle for the lead here has gotten very close in the last few laps. Wonder if that's tires dropping off for that Audi or what.
Yeah, the Audi is known
Burn
to
through.
really chew through his tires for sure.
What do you think is probably the best car for this track in your professional opinion?
Well, for sure the Audi and the Porsche are both meta this track, at least when it comes to on that pace.
Hmm.
Definitely the Ferrari can be up there too. The Honda had a little bit of a nerf here, so I don't know how it fits,
Ooh,
but
is
it's
that
a pretty strong car there. But they've had some issues on early with incidents. Hopefully, they
right?
can make a recovery later in the race.
Right. How do you think it's going so far from an incident standpoint and things you've seen so far?
It's not complete carnage out there, so from
That's
that
true.
standpoint, it's been pretty good. A couple of issues early on, but hopefully, they'll clean that up going forward. It is a long race,
Hmm.
so there's just a little bit of impatience out there. But as they come to realize that a couple of hours in, I think it will remain pretty clean. Fingers crossed, anyway.
Yeah. Looks like the back wing of that Aston Martin I'm watching right now is quite bent up. Looks like there's quite a bit of damage on that uh, 77 Aston Martin.
Yep, they've definitely been through
My
the
goodness.
battlefield a lot just
look
to
at
get that
look
fixed,
at
though.
the look at the wing's not even straight. My goodness.
Uh,
I don't know how he's driving
Mr.
that right
Venom
now.
is a real trooper.
Yeah.
I would get in and get that fixed, and then maybe look to go long on your second or third stint to cover up the lost time.
Right. Because I think he just changed over, didn't he? Recently. I don't believe he started out in that car for the race.
Oh yes, I know. Yeah, he's only been in the car for a little over 13 minutes. You're right.
Yep. So him and his teammate, let me see. It's the one tricky part about endurance racing. I have to look through every single team to figure out who's racing with who. Yeah, Paskin. It's the transatlantic sim racing team. Paskin started out in that car. So I'm gonna pick your brain here, Portis, on Kyalami. What about this track makes it such a special track for Zealous, and why do we do it so often, and why do we love it so much?
Because I will arguably is the best track in the game. So
You will argue.
with the introduction of Indy, I think Indy takes the cake now. But
Oh,
um,
really? Okay.
yeah, but definitely Kailami is one of the best tracks in the game. Both for, it's got undulations, it's got flowing. The corners are really. It's just a lot of fun. You can actually pass, so you're not stuck in a train like you would at, say, um, Hungaroring, or maybe on one of the British tracks like Brands Hatch.
Right. Zakora, yes, that the wing might not directly impact the angle of the steering, but given how much that wing was bent, I would imagine that there's also suspension damage, which would most definitely impact the angle of steering on that car.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
yeah. Um, you'll definitely, with a wing that bent, you'll definitely notice it in some way. You're gonna have a lack of downforce in the rear. 100%. It's gonna be like a fraction of what it should be. So, um, yeah,
That being said, it is an Aston Martin, so if there is a car that you want to drive with damage,
that's true.
it's definitely the Aston Martin. It's one of the more easier cars to drive in terms of stability.
Right, right. It's probably going to affect top speed, and it'll probably give you, like, you're going to have less downforce in the back, so usually aerodynamic damage, though, gives you understeer, though, right? I'm not
It depends on where it is. So
That's
if you've
true.
got aero damage in the front, you lose downforce there. That will give you a little bit of understeer.
Understeer.
But if you get damage in the back, which he definitely does,
Oh, yeah.
the diffuser and sometimes the wing could take a hit, and so that could also cause a bit of understeer, or not understeer, oversteer.
A big
So
thing to note right
yeah,
now, the number 91 car, the Schumi Skins Porsche that was battling for the lead, is in the pits for their pit stop here.
indeed. Actually, the round of pit stops has
Started.
begun all across the field with the 65-minute pit timer, or a driver stint timer. So there's only about 3 minutes left to go on that. So everybody's going to be diving here in the pits in the next minute or two.
Now, question. This is something I was wondering earlier. For that pit timer and everything, does that mean, let's say a driver goes for a pit stop in the middle of their stint, they're still on that timer, right? They're still on that driver timer?
Nope. If they go into the pits, then they will actually reset
Oh,
their
it'll
stint timer, and
reset
then
it.
they can go back out
Okay.
for another 65 minutes if they do so choose.
Okay. So that it's not a driver timer, it's a stint timer.
Yeah, driver stint timer.
Right. Yeah. We've had some good battles across the board from all of our classes here. Ooh, the Lightning McQueen car of Durand there, getting over a bump and kind of losing it there. a lot of these
Still up there.
penalties, are going to be wiped away as well as our drivers take the pit stops.
Yep, they serve them in the
They serve them
pits.
in the pits. I must say, if I feel bad for any driver the most right now, it's got to be the Beans team and Jones from our friends at Low Fuel Racing in the Ginetta. Um, Jones got into some lap one incidences, not at all his fault, and then that incident with Pareto and Belanger and a few other drivers in the S's, he was caught up in that as well, and he was
Yeah,
just minding
highly
his own
unfortunate for
business.
them.
Oh man, I feel so
You
bad.
hate to see it.
You do, but that's kind of how it goes sometimes. And the 91 team has changed their driver now, Casing Gania. If I get so worried about whether I'm pronouncing these names right.
Yep, I feel you on that one for sure.
Looks like all of our drivers in the front opting to change who's driving the car. Few are not. Durand is still out there. Flores is still out there. Zarzecki is still out there. Sneltrin for no beans is still out there.
Yeah, it looks like South Train's doing a double.
Yep.
So here's some interesting information. So through the first round of pit stops, so car 77 has had the longest pit stop so far at 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh my
I lied.
goodness.
Yep, two. And then our short stop is tied by our leaders, cars 745 and 91. Both of them were stopped for 32 seconds.
Hmm.
So total time in the pits, however, goes to 745 for only 55 seconds in the pits, closely
Wow.
followed by car number 91, 56 seconds in the pits. And it's like a lot of people had a lot of damage, as the average pit time looks about just over a minute, maybe
Right.
a minute 1 minute 2 seconds. The king of the speed trap so far is actually car number 7
In the Aston Martin,
in
the
the
number
Aston Martin.
5 in P5 currently, they are Philip Hane or Han,
Yeah,
part of
Han or maybe Hane.
Hane. That's true too. I love their name in the sim grid. They're just team. Their team is just team. That's what they registered under. So all I have is the Ken Block tribute team because they're running a Ken Block tribute livery in one of his Gimmicana cars.
Love to see it.
Ooh,
But rest in peace, Mr. Block himself.
oh, Flores and Casangena have some incidents there on the straight. It
Oh,
looked like Flores. I don't know. Maybe got. I'm gonna test this theory out. Maybe see if this'll work. Watching a
oh,
replay here. Interesting. Almost looks like the 91 car like turned into Flores there a little bit. I'm not sure, but
looks like one that we might be looking forward to in the stewards booth here in a couple of
yeah.
minutes.
be. Might be. That little replay function worked well. That's the first time I've ever used the replay function in my little booth here.
Cool.
Worked out great. It only works though if I'm like really close to where the incident happened. So yeah, I really hate to see that. I don't know. That was an interesting little incident there. Not sure what happened between those two, but
You know, for me, the preliminary looks like there was a little bit of rubber banding, and then maybe
oh,
one of them didn't leave a little additional space or account for that,
true.
and then they crossed into each other's path. So it is a long race. You don't necessarily want to be running that closely, battling tooth and nail within the first couple of hours. You know, the goal is probably, you know, as in thinking with an endurance mindset, you know, get to the end of the race, get
Right.
to that last hour without having any incidents or major damage. Then at that point, right, then maybe you send it, then, you know, you go for it, you know,
Right.
go full beans, try to, you know, to fight really hard for a position. But fighting super hard for right now just does nothing but cost you time. And if you get into any incidents, it's not even worth it.
It's not helping you at all. And plus, it's interesting to note too that I don't think they're on the same lap even. I think Casingena is running a lap ahead of Flores right now. So it seemed like a very unnecessarily close battle between two cars that, while still in the same class, they're not really racing each other anymore at this
Yeah.
point. I mean, maybe further down the race they will be, but right now it just didn't. Seems like that was kind of unnecessary.
So it would seem,
So it
but
would
both of
seem.
them have, you know, they've got the ship straighted, and they're back. Both are on their way. So the race goes on.
Maybe give a little bit of love here to some of our GT4 drivers. Jones has made his way back up into P6 of the GT4 cars here. Still sitting pretty far behind Melon Pitch in front of him. Pitch being a good friend of the Zealous Racing League community.
Yes, indeed. And we actually have to get the battle for the GT4 lead is heating up, as Franken is only 14th behind Benora.
And that is a driver change too between Benora and Hassenbrook there. Hassenbrook started the race, gained the lead, has been holding it off from Franken. Now Franken seems to be doing a double stint and seems to have the pace advantage with Louis here. Now if I look at the fastest laps too, awfully close between the two. Looks like Benora had not a great last lap. It was about a second slower than Franken. But in terms of their fastest laps, they're running fairly close to each other. Only you know, fraction of a tenth, maybe looks like a thousandth off from each other. Getting into some traffic here. It'll buy
GT3s are coming through.
It'll buy that Audi sport car just a little bit of time here. Ooh, gets really squirrely on the exit. A little bit of oversteer. Turns into a little bit hard. Actually runs into the Porsche GT3 of Jean Sebastien.
Oh, he's looking for a move.
And now Franken inside. And he's going to stick it. Benora's got to slow down there. Franken just planted himself on the inside. And that is the lead of the GT4 class. Handed over to the 202 car of Rob Franken.
Yes, good pass by Mr. Franken. Seizes the moment.
Exactly. That's a great place to pass. One of the I would say two most optimal places to probably pass on this track. That and the other being Crocodiles. if you can get close enough. A lot of those hairpin turns at this track open up quite a bit, allowing for multiple lines and passing opportunities. I find that this track very interesting in that way, where most of the track seems kind of narrow. Maybe that's just me, but it opens up at key locations to provide really great opportunities for pass and moves to occur.
Yep, I will agree with that assessment.
And now Franken really just pulling away, second already in front of Benora.
And Benora running wide there in the background.
Yep. Looking to the lead of the race, the 91 car closing in once again, started 7 seconds back from our leaders. Now within a second.
I think now is a good time to call out the battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Oh, very true as well. Duarte, Flores, Zarecki, or yeah, I'm getting that right, right? Is Duarte? Ooh, getting really close here.
Battling each other while also having to deal with the GT4 traffic.
Right, very close. Flores is in the mix there. Kowalik is in there. I think that's no, Burchett's just behind. We also have, it looks like some lapped cars, I want to say that might be. Or no, that's, no, I think that is a lapped car, Flores. Yeah, Zarzecki is a lapped car currently in the mix of this battle with Flores, Kowalik, and Duarte. Flores will move ahead. Now they have another GT4, Elizabeth Frazier, to deal with.
Well, Audi's
Passing
got a
pretty
run
neat.
here
Now
going down the
Zarecki
straight.
is going back at it. He's a lapped car, but I don't believe he's obligated to give that up. In endurance racing, anything's game. Obviously got to pick your battles, but looks like this is one Zarzecki wants to make, and Kowalik will get a lot closer with that battle as well to Flores. Give him an opportunity. As they come towards sunset now. Man, for being a 6-hour endurance race, we really have seen a lot of close battles from all of our drivers. Even the battle for the lead of the race right now is getting very close. Battle for fifth place between Hain and Molodokin, getting close. Within a second. Looks like Flores and Kowalik here dropping Duarte just a little bit this lap. Looking at the timings, Duarte seems to have been hampered by traffic the last few laps. Now he's got some clean air in front of him. Maybe make his way back.
Yep, unfortunate for him. I think a couple laps ago he was leading the train. Now he's at the back of it, but the battle has died down just a little bit.
Gives him some opportunities to get back in there. Going back to the lead of the race here, our two leaders battling it out now within 3/10 now. Marc-Andre Melancone and Jean-Sebastian Cassinghania. Man, they're really
Oh,
making me
there's
work
the
hard.
move.
Going into the S's, this is a tough part to pass, but it looks like the 91 Porsche will make it work and stick. It's a very dangerous place to pass. You really have to trust the person you're driving against there, because if you go too wide, very easy to get into an incident. Can Marc-Andre here answer back as they go down the mine shaft into Crocodiles? Doesn't look like he's close enough to make anything work here. And that is the lead change of the race for the GT3s. This stint, we've had 2 lead changes. We've had Franken take the lead for GT4s, and we've had the 91 Porsche take the lead for GT3s. So very, very exciting so far. Start to this race, start to the second stint.
It is, and we've got over 4.5 hours left to go.
Indeed.
Looks like we've got a Pareto fan in the chat. Juan Pareto is the greatest, says WRT Noctis.
Indeed. We've got a lot of fans for Pareto, a lot of fans for our Schumi Skins 91 and 92 Porsches. Quite a few fans for the low fuel racing teams, for Jones and all of them. They've got fans for the BGR cars, which would be the 745 car, the Audi. And then there's also the, make sure I get it right here, BGR Shakira and Celine Duarte that we're watching right now. Some BGR fans. So far, we've had a max. I've seen us peak at 30 viewers for the stream, which I think that might be the largest number I've had when streaming.
Awesome.
Largest viewer count, so breaking records already. Currently hovering around 20 viewers, which gotta say is still really good. So awesome to see the support coming out for our drivers, and we just thank everyone for coming out, and huge thanks to Portis and Wolf for helping get this all set up and being our stewards for the race today. Want to give a shout out to our fellow Racing League partners, Delta and Apollo. Delta Racing League and Apollo Racing Club for joining us on this endeavor to provide a bit of a sim racing, endurance racing open to the North American sim racing groups. Looking at the GT4 league here, lead Franken has pulled 8 seconds ahead of Benora.
It's almost 3 seconds a lap faster at this point.
Indeed. If I look at it right here, that does appear to be exactly what it is. 3 seconds a lap faster on the last lap. It's fun to look at the map and see how everyone's spread out right now. It looks like a lot of the traffic is out of the way for our GT3 drivers and GT4 drivers. Shouldn't have to worry about, oh my goodness, looking at that rear wing of Vanima's car. He still hasn't pit for damage yet. It's just hanging, it looks like, hanging by a thread. I can't believe he's still going. Let me see his laps right now. He's actually running fairly decent laps with all that damage. He's running in the 143s, which, to be honest, is faster than some of the cars ahead of him, which is incredible.
This guy's the real MVP at the moment. The trooper.
Must help that there isn't too many long straights. He's just able to manage the car, it seems like, well. So. Coming up on 4 hours, 30 minutes left in the race.
So let's have a quick chat about weather.
Weather.
I'm not one of those, rain fans, but I know you are.
Oh yeah.
And I've got a friend over in Australia, and he likes to call out the AKA wind watch. And if you go back to the beginning of the stream, the wind was pretty calm and still.
Mm-hmm.
And as the sun has gone down, the wind has picked up.
Right.
The wind picking up has been a standard indication that the weather environment is changing. And so we could, in the next couple of hours, be seeing some sprinkles roll in.
That would be incredible. I would love to see that. You're spot on. I freaking love racing in the rain. Maybe because it's about the only opportunity I have to, like, maybe get a position or get a finish that is better than I'll usually get. It seems like a lot of drivers, for whatever reason, they get in the rain and they start freaking out because they lose all their braking points. And I think it's because a lot of people just really focus on driving in the dry, which it's usually what you're racing in, but they don't. I feel like racing in the rain is a lot more of a feel than it is a science to like get all your braking zones perfect and correct. Um, it's more of watching the track and seeing how it performs and just trying to feel it out more so than anything. Um, it's a different type of driving for sure, but it's really fun to see how different drivers adapt or can't adapt to that change in um,
The changing environment, the
changing
changing to the
environment.
track. Yep.
Yeah. I did get word in the chat. Paskins actually says that must be a graphics glitch because he was in the car. He was in the car on T1, and I think he got into some lap one incidences. So maybe it's a little graphics glitch for the 77 car there.
Always a possibility.
Possibility for sure. So could be a good reason. Could be the reason why we're seeing them put in some pretty good laps. A 42 right there with what looks to be some of the worst damage I've ever seen. So that would make complete sense. I was actually kind of thinking that might be the case after seeing him put in faster lap after faster lap there. But
So we've got some potential bad news for car 101.
ooh,
Just Spangler is currently suspended in the air.
oh boy. Let's take a look at that. Oh my goodness. Suspended in the air. We're watching it right now on stream. Spangler in the air. Oh my goodness, what happened there? Looks like they've
That's a
lost
disconnect.
connection. Oh, that is tragic.
You hate to see it.
You do hate to see it. I mean, again, it happens. It happens all the time. But you definitely hate to see it when it's issue after issue. It seems like they've been plagued. One of the teams plagued with issue after issue. So, really too
There's
bad.
always one, at least
There's
one
always
for
one.
every endurance event. And you never want it to be you, and it definitely sucks when it is you.
It is one of the unfortunate realities of racing online. Swoosh in the chat, should be penalized, leaving the track. That's great. That's a wonderful comment. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to lay it on hard. Oh, man. I mean, fair enough. Did leave the track. We probably won't give him any penalty, though. The penalty is, it's hard enough being penalized for being disconnected. But, oh, man, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's actually the unfortunate part as the game has
Right.
evolved. Because you used to just be able to get back into the server, you hop back in, and you at least just start on the lap that you were on before.
Right.
But now when you hop back in, as soon as your controls are locked, you go into the setup screen, you load your setup, and then the controls are locked for even longer. So not only do you lose your lap, you're sitting there for like a good 2 minutes before you get
Right.
going again.
Right.
So you lose like 3 laps on the exchange.
Looks
Which
like
really, really
Spangler
sucks.
is now back in the pits right now, doing
Yes,
just
he is
that.
back.
So good to see him come back. Honestly, it's maybe it's just a way of simulating engine issues or something with real endurance racing. Got a drive-through for Pareto here.
I saw that come up. They have getting a drive-through for exceeding the driver stint timer. So they are currently 1
Oh,
hour, 5 minutes, and 30 seconds into their stint.
so I wonder if they thought it might be better to just keep going, get a drive-through.
Well, definitely not worth it unless the other driver is somehow not there and
Could
ready.
be.
But it definitely would just be better to hop into pits to serve your pit stop and go back out.
True. Probably better on your tires as well. Better to get some fresh boots on. Drivers do have quite a big, our teams have quite a big pool of tires that they can choose from, so they're not going to be starved for tires this race.
Yep, that's true. But another thing to worry about is they're getting a little bit longer in their stint. So they've got to serve the drive-through, and then they also need to do a real pit stop at some point to refill
Your
his
fuel.
tires.
Yep. Indeed, they're going to be running out of fuel. If they haven't,
So if they wait too late, they have to do the drive-through so they don't get disqualified.
Right.
And also not run out of fuel.
Looking at our GT4 class, looks like Benora has now been passed by I'm Not Jimmy.
Alright, looks like we got a battle for P11. Brewing up. Burchett has caught up with Duarte.
Indeed, and it looks like Duarte still holding off into turn one, but it's got that Porsche in his rear view mirror. You can see it. Burchett getting awfully close here. Last few laps hasn't been too much faster. So in terms of their pace, looks like they're pretty close. So it could be a very good battle to see who can take this position as they lap the GT4 Delta Racing League car.
GT4 there flashing the lights, not too happy with that move from the Porsche driver.
No, and I can imagine they wouldn't be. I'm not gonna lie, that's probably one of the worst places. I mean, sometimes it just comes up with multi-class racing. You have to deal with unfortunate areas to pass at, but I think going into the S's is probably one of the worst places to pass on this track. We've seen it, the incident with Pareto and Belanger, and Jones got caught up in that earlier in the race. Burchett getting very close here as they round the final turn, as they come down the start-finish straight. But going into the S's, there's really only one optimal line through the S's. So to have to go 2 by 2 in there. Ooh, Burchett taking the wide line. Is he going to be able to stick it? Oh, and
Oh, the master
Duarte
curve.
closes it off, makes Burchett go on the curb there. That's another place where you don't want to go too wide, because you really need to cut that corner as close as possible. Burchett just didn't have enough space to get his nose in there anymore. Was forced to back out. Now, gotta make back that time. We are now past 4 hours and 30 minutes into this race.
And I'd like to turn your attention to P26. We've got a battle with the GT4s. Fraser and Tanner
There we
going
are.
into the hairpin right now. Tanner's going on the inside looking to make the move. Mercedes running wide.
Lee's in the mix there too. That's a car ahead of them. Tanner isn't able to make that move stick. Lee gets in between them.
Good little battle here. Love to see it.
Got a GT4 car, Molodkin. Taking the pass on the straight here. Lee will get ahead of Fraser and Tanner as well. Tanner now coming up in the Ginetta, looking on the inside as they go down to turn 2.
All right, take 2. Can he get it through?
Can he get it? Let's see. And it looks like he's got the inside line. Now he's just got to close it off on Fraser here.
There it is.
And
He's made it
makes
stick.
the move stick. Now looking to maybe even make the move on Lee ahead. That's a lapped car, or that's a car that has lapped them, sorry. And looks like Tanner has got the speed. Is Tanner going to be able to make the move? Getting awfully close here to Lee from the Delta Racing crew. Got a GT3 behind him that could cause some trouble for him in a moment. Now it looks like Lee is pulling away, and Tanner does go wide there. Easy to do down the S's.
It's also easy to get a drive through there.
Very, very true. It's one of those spots that's, you want to use as much of that runoff as possible because it'll give you the best times, but you got to be careful. So it'll drop a drive-through on you in a moment. Looks like Pareto maybe has served his drive-through already, or?
Yeah, he has served it. He served it on the last lap that he had to.
Now he's battling
Fall
it out
back
with
in
Durand here.
Durand.
Got a GT4 car to worry about there. One of the Ginettas.
Temperatures are dropping a bit as the sun goes down.
Yeah, I'm getting close to 6 p.m. here. You know, another thing I was thinking about is I wonder if this is a phenomena in the world that they've coded into the game, but I believe, now I'm no meteorologist or weather expert, but I believe as the sun goes down, winds pick up as well. I believe that is something that happens. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I
I
believe
don't think there's a direct correlation.
I think I think it's something that happens though. As the sun sets, winds tend to get a little bit higher. I'm going to Google that real quick to see. I want to say I've heard that.
I mean, there would be an effect, right? So, as the air temperature changes, right? So one of the things that causes wind
Right.
is that the top layer when is cold and it's going to drop where the sun is hitting on the earth. The earth is trapping or holding some of the heat, so the hot air rises. So as they circulate, that does there is something to that in real life, though I don't believe they've coded they've got that detailed
Into the
into
game.
the game.
Into the game, right. Because wind speed will tend to drop at night, but I think as the times change, I'm reading some old-looking websites now to see if that's actually true. Diminish after sunset.
All right, so just got a comment in the chat. It says winds calm down at night, no sun to heat up the earth and make the air move around. Yep, see that made sense to me.
That checks out. I thought there was like a time in between there though, that sunset time. That guess I'm just not listening in school.
Yeah, but that it would also be modified by the climate. Right? Are
Well,
you
right,
landlocked? Are you in the mountain? Are you next to the sea? All those
right,
very
exactly. We do have cloudy skies, so I think it's been getting progressively more cloudy as the night has gone on. So that could
it
be an
has
indication.
definitely has.
Started off with pretty much sunny skies and with a little bit of clouds, and now we're sitting at mostly cloudy, it almost looks like. Temperatures, I think, have dropped up about 3 to 5 degrees Celsius from the
Let me pull
start
your
of the
attention to
race.
Battle for 14th. We got Landry and Belanger going at
Belanger
it.
back into the car. So they
Looks
come
like
through
Belanger has the
Cheetah.
pace.
Looks like Belanger definitely has the speed to make it work as they come down the start finish. Looking at the last laps, Belanger's got about a half a second on Landry in front. Belanger and Reed seem to be pretty comfortable in that Ferrari after switching pretty recently from the Lamborghini to the Ferrari.
Definitely a switch I didn't see coming.
No, me neither. They've been running that Lamborghini for as long as I've raced with them, and not gonna lie, I was a bit surprised when that was the choice that they made to change to. Ferrari definitely has its high moments though. Ooh, and Belanger goes a bit deep and letting the 92 car of Willspin in our second Schumi Skins Racing Porsche, letting him by. Landry now pulling ahead. Lost some time there with going wide. Well, as we close up this second hour of racing, I think it's about time for me to take another break because my back is
Okay.
killing me right now. Landry lets Will
We'll
spin
see
through
if you.
there. But Belanger's got some more time to make up now after losing quite a bit of time. Wonder if he got into some more traffic there. It looks like he did. Now 4 seconds back. What looked to have been a battle has quickly devolved into quite a bit of a gap. But like I mentioned, probably a good time to take another break here quick. Portis might just stick in the chat with you guys.
I'll stay around a little bit. Why don't you switch us over to the battle of the podium for the GT4s? We've got Benora and Lee fighting out for P3 and P4 in the GT4 class.
Nora and Lee battling it out. Benora and Lee. All right. Got our friend Glenn Pinio in the chat. Portis
Glenn's
on the...
in the chat. Hello.
Let's go back to Benora and Lee here. Even got some GT3s and another GT4 behind him here. Tanner sticking with them, but I'll let the racing, like I said, do the talking. Let Portis maybe do some talking as well. Set it on this battle. Let the race play out. I'll be back probably in about an hour, maybe 30 minutes, around that time frame. Give myself a little bit of a break. Be back with you in a bit.
All right. We'll see you later.
Peace.
Oh, stream it in Discord as well. Can you do that? Or all right. So we're currently looking at I'm Not Jimmy. 25 seconds behind P2 of the GT4 class. He's kept it clean the entire day, I do believe. A very nice pink and white there. Lee and Benora going at it once again. Got some GT3 traffic to contend with. Breaking it up, Tanner's gotten by for a moment, unlapping himself from those two. Skylar Lovering has been on the charge. I believe he started this stint about 10 seconds back from Malanson. He's only 3 seconds back now. How you guys doing out there in the chat? Are you guys liking the race? Sun's going down on our drivers. Currently watching Juan Paredo circulate the track. Malanson has lost a lot of time in this stint. He's started the stint in the lead. Casangena has since took it from him, and he's fallen about 20 seconds back. He's currently 17.2 and falling. The 91 cars got a commanding lead. We'll see if they're able to maintain that for the remaining 4 hours. Jeff Spengler has had a very unfortunate race incidents on the first lap, then got disconnected. But he is soldiering on. Love to see it, though you hate to see the troubles. Current fastest car on track is car number 92. Wheel spin. Last lap was a 141.985. No close battles for position at this time. The closest one is between P2 and P3 at 2.7 seconds. Car number 7 of Hain still has the highest speed in the speed trap at 240 kilometers an hour. And as I say that, Paskin also reaches 240, perhaps in the toe. Bulk of the fuel has been in the car around 15 minutes, so we should be looking for another round of pit stops in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Let's take a look at the biggest movers in the race. Car number 435, I believe it's Shirasiki, has been gone up 17 positions. Currently runs in 13th place. Means he started on the last row. Your biggest losers at the moment will be car number 213 in the GT4 class, Naglich, in the car at the moment. Looking at N.A.C.E.O, Moldokan here from the Ace of Speed. Been fairly consistent. Staying out of trouble, currently running in P5. Navigating some GT4 traffic as we speak. ACC's got some of the most beautiful views that you can see. The sunset looks very nice in the background there. Drivers getting a little bit of the sun in the eyes as they go through turn 5, I think it is. And Pareto looking to unlap himself from Duarte. Duarte currently running in P10, right where Duarte has qualified. Hasn't lost any, hasn't gained any. So nothing to celebrate, but also nothing to complain about. If you take a look at the timings, Loverink has caught up to second place. Malanthon. I've raced with Loverink in other series. He definitely has the pace to potentially win the race. It'll definitely be one to keep an eye on. Both of them circulating him 22 seconds behind the leader. So they do have some work to do, but they definitely can do it. Duran's in the pits a little bit early. Driver's only in the car for about 54 minutes. Flores, currently in P11, was also a recent pitter. Pitted 3 minutes ago. Total stoppage time was 38 seconds. Autopilot has picked up the battle between Melanson and Loverink. Loverink 6/10 behind. Loverink's charge has stalled out a little bit, having to contend with traffic and the dirty air coming from Melanson. Loverink gets his nose underneath, heading down the mine shaft side by side. He's gonna have to go the long way around the right hander. Both late on the brakes. Lovering outbreaks Melanson and is taking over P2. Melanson dives into the pits. It's a good time to pit. 4 hours to go. Track temperature is dropping as the sun is no longer beating on the track. Get another look at Pedro here, because as cool as that livery as TV switches over to Mr. Flores, Louis Flores. Paskin right behind him. This is not for position. 77 has taken a couple pit stops. More GT4 traffic. Heading into Cheetah side by side. Oh, that's very risky. Pushes the GT4 into the sand trap. That could have been a lot worse. Still got 4 hours to go, guys. Still got 4 hours to go. Make smart decisions. Alright, so Landry has hopped into the car for Melanson. They were stopped for a total of 32 seconds. They spent 56 seconds on pit road. Falcon's in the car now, and looks like Landry has undercut the Ferrari, so they've got the position back. And you hate to see it. Car 131, oh, car 33. Sanchez Bear in the car now. They have a stop go 30, beating in the pit lane. A very costly mistake from the Mercedes team. All right, looking at P2 again. So the battle for P2 has dropped down a little bit. Landry's team has spent 56 seconds on pit road, and Felgen's team has spent 59 seconds on pit road. So they lost 3 seconds there in the exchange. Modolkin, P4, they spent 1 minute and 4 seconds. Their stop was 40 seconds, so looks like they had a little bit of damage to work through. Duran, P5, they spent 59 seconds. Their stop was 36 seconds. Wolfgang Mayer in P6, they were stopped for 48 seconds. They spent 1 minute and 12 seconds on pit road. Your leaders in the pits, they had a 35-second stop, and they should be exiting pit road any second here. Podolkin and Felgen fighting for position. Ferrari going defensive. In the Cheetah we go. And Podolkin heads into the pits, taking his pit stop after an hour and 1 minute 52-second stint. Looks like Mr. Mayer in P6 will need to pit on his next lap, and there it is, he's in. Going to take a look at I'm Not Jimmy in P2 for the GT4 class. So him, Franken, and Lee all still need to pit. They've got 1 or 2 laps left on their timer before they will get penalized. Looks like Landry and Spangler had the fastest pit stops on this round, both at 32 seconds. So the shortest pit lane time round, still Landry at 56 seconds. Spengler was on pit road for 57. So who's on the move right now? So looks like Landry is the current fastest car on the track. His last lap was a 41.287. Lud Flores in P9, car number 15, has just set his personal best with a 142.362. The lead GT4s are currently pitting. All of them were in the 52s. The 91 car, Intar's current driver, still had the best lap of the race. The 141.112, just about a second slower than their qualifying time. In case you're interested, the qualifying time pole was set by Landry and Melanson with a 140.047. They almost got a 39. Thogan and Lovering qualified second with a 140.215, and Tari and Casagena qualified in third place with a 140.245. The top three being separated by less than 0.2 of a second. All right, so we've got a traffic jam here. GT4s, GT3s everywhere. Everybody is in traffic. We've got Doran and Welfling here. This is not for position. Welfling down in P19. Doran currently in P4. Currently taking a look at Vinette Bordeaux in P17. Alexei Serverov from is that XBB Motorsport. See the marshal waving the blue flags in the background. Everybody's jumbled up in the moment. Current closest battle on track is Car 777 in 8th place. And Flores 5/10 behind. Oh, and there's a spin. You hate to see it. Looks like the car behind went a little deep, heading into the hairpin. You may see a penalty report for that soon. Some more action here with some GT4s, GT3. Into Cheetah, Lettenbauer trying to go around the outside. Fairly risky, but gets it through with no issue at all. Very little trouble. Now that's something you don't see every day. Porsche Works Team, SMS. Taran, commanding lead. Will they be able to hold on to it? And the wind watch is still in effect. The wind has gone up to 7 kilometers an hour. Could we see some change of conditions late in this race? Stay tuned to find out. As he currently passes Dustin Fletcher. And there's another car into the sand trap. Suvorov has recovered from the sand. He's got the car pointed right in the right direction. Continuing the race. P9. Paskin right behind him. Paskin's in P16. Looks like a lap down for him. Flores. He's got Spangler in front of him. Spangler has cleared the GT4 in position, having to get back into the race after a disconnect, several laps down. Lettenbauer looks like one of the, in my opinion, one of the better liveries. What do you guys think? Who's got you guys' favorite livery out there today? Any honorable mentions out there? Lettenbauer getting a little bit squirrely. In the background, gathers it up. Looking to get around Tenna and the Janetta. Heading down to the hairpin. Alright, well guys, we've got a couple of incident reports in, so we do need to take a look. I will need to step away. Please do continue to enjoy the action, and hopefully myself or Shem will be back to hang out with you soon.
Hello, everybody. I am back from my little break here. Hoping to be on for another hour of commentating. We're getting into the midway point of today's race. Cloud cover still coming in, temperature getting cooler, and winds picking up. Almost to the halfway point of the race, a lot of things seem to have happened. We've got some drivers that we haven't seen so far. N.A.C.E.O in the 168 NSX. Sneltrin is still out there in the No Beans NSX. Weffling in the Audi 360. We got Sanchez Bayer in the Mercedes AMG taking over for his teammate. Elizabeth Fraser. Field's evening out here, but still have some drivers close to. Noting some penalties that we do have. Contact noted between Krusicki and Belanger on lap 13. That is no penalty awarded there. Lap 13 as well. We have contact between Pareto and Jones. Pareto was awarded a 15-second penalty. That's something we saw already on lap 70. Lettenbauer and Neglich had some contact. No penalty there. Avoidable contact then between Aronov and Meyer. And Aronov was awarded a 15-second penalty, which is still up there as of the moment. Our leader, the 91 Porsche Works Team SMS Schumi Skins. Porsche, the first of two. Teammate Zach Doran, is behind. We have car off the track here, the 168 of Edgardo. 33 car of Sanchez is in the pits. Probably the closest cars that we have right now on the field as things are now evened out. Falcon in the pits. Wonder if there's some damage on that car. Yes, Prime, you were flying. Definitely not in the right way. Drivers coming to take their pit stop. Felgen, Sebastian Erdmann. Looking further back, a lot of the other cars have started to space them out. Much so in the GT4 class. Phil Roberts in that BMW continues to lead. Continues to lead the GT4 pack ahead of the Mercedes of I'm Not Jimmy. Currently sitting about over 25 seconds ahead of the Mercedes. I'm Not Jimmy, still running in the Mercedes. I think he's been running that the whole race. Don't think I've seen his teammate. His teammate, I see where all the teams are. I don't think I've seen Bradley take the reins of that car just yet. Jonathan Lee now in the Delta Racing League. The Delta Racing League Porsche is currently in P22, third place for the GT4 class. Aiden Hasbrook back in that Audi Sport car, trying to make his way up to Lee. And we have Fletcher, Tanner, DC Spud, Gibran, Anthony Jones back on the reins of that. Are those the other cars? Number 213, Janetta, Paul LeBlanc, last but not least, Bertie Sanchez-Bear. Seems like we have some disqualifications for being too fast in the pit lane, but it looks like it was caused by somebody running into the back end. Running into the back end of our last car, which was the 33 of Brady Sanchez-Bear. Looks like we're working on getting that sorted out. Landry trying to make up some room here. They did lead the first hour of the race. The 91 car has taken it from them since then. The 123 of Aronov is in the pits right now. That'll concede P5 to Meyer. Looks like we may have a battle for P9 on our hands coming up here between Alexei Suvorov, one of our XBB Motorsport BMW drivers. Coming up behind him is the Porsche of Burchett. Looking at the timing sheets, Burchett is currently sitting 3 seconds behind Suvorov. Looking at other timing sheets, we also have P14. That could be a battle here soon between the 77 of Venima and the 168 car of N.A.C.E.O. Burchett seems to be making up some time here. Currently 2 seconds behind Suvorov here, or Suvorov. N.A.C.E.O getting closer to Venima. Heading back to Venima here. Pulled some time away from N.A.C.E.O there in that last sector. Suvorov has Burchett close on his tail. As they come down the mine shaft here, Suvorov losing time to Burchett. Burchett now 1.2 seconds away. Burchett has been running about a second faster than Suvorov recently. Last lap, Burchett was 0.8 faster. Let's see where it is at now as they cross the start-finish line. Going to get some timings here. Less than a second. Burchett looking to make the move. As they come down towards turn 2. Got some cars in front. They're going to have to watch out for Fletcher in the Jetta ahead of them. Now Suvorov has put that Jetta in between him going into sunset here. As the drivers are watching the sunset, 7 p.m. currently in the race. We have 3 hours left in this race. And there we have Burchett close behind. As we pass this lap, Burchett losing some time for the traffic there at Fletcher. Let's see what we have. Hasbrook looks to be gaining on Lee. And Formato looks to be gaining on Zinoviev. Zinoviev, maybe is how you pronounce that, in front of him. Could be an Aston Martin battle here in a matter of moments. Formato is gaining a little bit of time each sector, but it's not really enough to get the advantage that he desires. Watching our friend Erdman here, looks to have dropped down a few places. Wonder if that's because of pit stops or something like that. He's got the GT3 Rusty's car behind. Erdman was up in P5 earlier in this race, but I wonder if it's due to damage or whatever it might be. Goes a little bit of wide out of Cheetah. Looks like Retro has taken the helms of that Audi. As they come up to some traffic here. Leader Taryn right in front of them. Taryn leading the race. That 91 car has been leading the race for the last couple hours. Seems to be quite comfortable up there right now. Teammate Doran doing well as well. Now P3, I think after some pit stops, taking it from Loverink, the 448. Landry not able to gain the time, still 45 seconds back. Looking at the timing sheets, it appears that they're running virtually identical in terms of pace right now. That Audi is going to be losing the tires a lot quicker now. Here we have Ziskoka with Wiefling and a few other drivers around. Or Weffling. Watching Landry pass here. Spud. Temperatures cooled off a couple more degrees as well. 21-21 as the night gets colder. Track and air temperature will get closer together. Now they're right on top of each other. Bricks Racing Team doing well in that Ferrari. It's going to be interesting to see how the incidents play out. We had those few incidences during the little break there in commentating. Going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Find it interesting, the one where the teammate was punted. The teammate was punted going into the pits. That is quite odd and unfortunate. Was given a disqualification and then just ended up quitting out after that. You never like to see drivers quitting out, even when things don't go well. One such team that hasn't had things go well is the Sneltron team, the No Beans team, that our friends Spangler and Sneltron have been driving. One of them being Prime, who's in the chat currently. Very unfortunate circumstances. But they are still in it, still working hard, putting in the laps that they need to. Sitting pretty far behind. I know they started the race pretty close to the top. I want to say P5 is where they actually qualified, if I'm not mistaken. And then after some lap 1 incidences and the like have been demoted down into now P18. But they're continuing on. Still a lot of race left, even though we're over halfway through now. Still a lot of race left to go. Speaking of the No Beans team, here we have Sam in the No Beans Honda NSX, continuing to work his way up the field. Got Meyer in front of him as they come towards sunset. And let's see how Sam has been doing in terms of pace recently. Sam's pace has been good in the 52.2, the 42.2, sorry, which would, if you're given the other cars around, that would put him kind of up in that top 10 area. So got the pace, just needs to make sure there are no more incidences here at the end of the race. Erdman with a stop-go. 30-second penalty, probably speeding in the pits. Erdman of our Bricks Racing team, I believe. Or nope, the Gimmickana team. Apologies there. We do have a dangerous driving penalty for Erdman. That's a 30-second stop-go penalty. That is the stop-go penalty for punting somebody going into the pits there. There's a 30-second penalty awarded for that action. Stop-go 30 at that. For those of you who are currently in the chat right now, I see we have a handful of viewers still watching in. Say hi. Let me know you guys are there. Hope you guys have been enjoying the stream so far. I know these endurance races can be kind of long. I think it's really, really fun and unique how they pan out over the course of a day. Here we have Burchett, Hogenberg, Burchett, and Duarte all around 10 seconds away from each other as we watch Burchett pass through some of our GT4 traffic here. McAdams, who they're currently passing. No, McAdams has had a bit of trouble with traffic this race. Here we are, the leader of our GT4 class, Roberts. Sitting 17 seconds ahead of I'm Not Jimmy in the AMG behind him. Both of our leaders of the classes so far did not start there at the beginning of the race. Roberts moved in there about an hour into the race, and it's actually similar to the GT3 class. The 91 car, the Shumi Skins car, did the same thing about an hour into the race. They were able to pass the leader and get into first place. Lightning McQueen Durand going wide out of sunset. Track is now a whole degree cooler now, and wind is picking up even more now, 9 kilometers per hour. Still cloudy skies, could be the potential for rain later into the night here. You know, we still have a couple more hours to go. And as Portis mentioned about an hour earlier, that weather usually comes with a change in wind. Wind generally indicates in this game that the weather is going to change. Apologies, had to step out and get my phone real quick. As we watch our cars now. Jean-Mathieu Vandry got some love in there for our Belanger and Reed duo. Reed currently rocking that car right now. Looking at Duarte now. Loverink P4. Only 3 seconds back from wheel spin. Could be a battle brewing there. Durand getting close to Char, now 1.5 seconds back. Rivera in the Porsche 8 car getting close to Lee, 6 seconds back. Things to watch here, Venema and Erdman close. Loverink losing time to Wilspin ahead. Gains it back. If we look at our timing sheet here, Loverink losing time in sector 3. Gaining time in every other sector. It looks like he's catching up to traffic though. Could be the issue there. Our number 2, or second place, Audi of Melancon. Burchett now 1.6 seconds, sorry, behind Hogenberg. Still holding that gap. Durand losing ground to Char, I believe. A lot of our Audis opting to just use that Team WRT logo. Popular among the sim racing community. Watching Burchett now, last lap. Gained quite a bit of time to Hogenberg in front. Hogenberg had an incident, it looks like, in sector 3. Ooh, and we have contact. Contact between two of our cars there. It looked like Hogenberg contact with a GT4 car. And then Cone passing here. Going back to Hogenberg. That Lexus has just lost the position to Burchett. Goes on the inside though. Burchett will take P7 there. Here we have a few cars together here. Erdman, or Venema, sorry, passing some GT4s. You can see the car in front of him, Erdman, right there in front. Hogenberg still close to Burchett. We'll monitor that, see if anything comes of it. Wheel spin pulling away from Loverink behind. Hogenberg still holding on to Burchett there. Not a great place to pass. Jackson flashing the lights, but didn't want to lose time to Burchett there because that is a battle. Jackson still giving blinking lights there. Not happy with that pass through Cheetah. Not happy at all. Don't like that. Hogenberg still on the tail of Burchett. Opts for the outside line. Maybe breaks a little bit later. Goes in, takes inside. Kind of switch back. Burchett has the inside there though. And Hogenberg gonna plant it on the inside. Again, doesn't make it work though. Tucks in behind Burchett. Close battle here. As they come through Sunset. Let's actually head over to that battle right there again. Looks like Burchett was able to. Yep, Burchett took on Hogenberg there. Hogenberg sticking with. Lee and Rivera in the GT4 class, looking close, 2 seconds away from each other right now. It's tough for our drivers late into the night now to manage the traffic. It's getting kind of difficult for everyone to keep track of everyone. Drivers are going to need to be respectful and not get any silly penalties. We have Wolfgang Meyer charging through the field now. He's got a ways to go before he gets to the 52 of Loverink. Looking at where Loverink is on the track. Don't believe he's too far away. Currently actually a lap down. Loverink right behind Meyer. Actually, it is the other way around. Looking at Rivera moving in front of, looks like Lee. Don't know if that was a move though. Take a look at Alex Rivera of the DRL team, Porsche, doing very well right now. But they do have Lee in the AMG right behind, only 5 seconds back, very close in the grand scheme of things. Hogenberg holding on to Burchett in the GT3 class. Things are settling down for sure. Things have been settling down now as drivers are just trying to get into that groove of staying alive until the end of the race. Anthony Jones in the Jetta GT4 says their engine is dying a bit. Which is why they're so far back. I don't know about you guys, but I find the drone of engines to be incredibly relaxing, especially in sim racing games when you can turn it down to like a low level. It's just kind of like a white noise, a blare that just puts me to sleep. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'm just weird though. I'm not sure. Hogenberg dropping back. Taking a look at our leader here. Melon Cone with a drive-through. Seems to be cleared. Seems to have been a mistake. Ooh, we have an issue there. Zeskoka, let's go back a bit here. Let's go to Zet. Going back, going to the cars in front. Gets squirrely, runs into the barrier, and will gather pitch. Pitch will go wide, and it'll also get the driver we were watching caught up in that mix as well. That's what Cobra can do to you, or sorry, that's what Cheetah can do to you if you are not careful and give it the respect it deserves. Looks like it didn't try to cause any issues, wasn't caused by any racing. Vanima, 15-second penalty here. Vanima with a 15-second penalty, contact with Hogenberg on lap 112. That was a couple laps ago. 77 was awarded a 15-second penalty for that. So watch Burchett. Hogenberg has been able to stick with. Durand lets Zinoviev through. Goes wide out of Cheetah. Zaskoka, after that bit of an incident there, moves to the pits to fix the damage caused from running into the barrier. Interesting here, Melancone, after some penalties, I believe, now has Willspin close behind. Watching the timings here to see how that will all turn out. Battles still ensuing. Got the Janetta planting itself in front of Burchett. Burchett not going to like that. Going to keep him close to Hokenberg. Doesn't want to stay in this battle if he can avoid it. Wheelspin is gaining time for P2. Could be a battle. Could be an overtake. Maybe our two Shumi Skins teams will take 1 and 2 for the time being. But like I've mentioned before, still plenty of time left in this race. '91 car really putting on a great show right now. Quite far ahead of Melancone in the Audi behind. Believe even a lap behind maybe as well. Now after the penalties, Willspin getting close. Hogenberg, don't think he has the pace to keep up with Burchett long term. I think Burchett just needs to get in a position where he gets some space between him and Hogenberg. Might get it here on this lap, so they don't seem to have too much traffic in front of them. They have some GT3 traffic, but that is Landry, who is a lapped car. It is the lapped car, Landry. Here we go, Willspin close to our second place driver here. This is awfully close going into sunset. Willspin is close. We're gonna watch this. We'll watch this live here. As Willspin go into the S's. Erdman loses a position to Vanima here. This would put the two Porsche teams, Porsche Shumi Skin teams, up into the podium places and up into P1 and 2. Willspin seems to be losing some time. As they pass a GT4 car here, they cross the line. Willspin getting closer. Last lap, Willspin lost time in sector 2, but was faster in all the other sectors here. So that's where Shu is going to have to pick up the pace is sector 2. Looking good as they come towards sunset. halfway through the race, and here we could have a battle. We could have an overtake, I should say, for track position in our podium places. Shoe of the 92 Porsche doing well to stick with. Our BGR team. All right. No, it's great that so far into the race we have such good battles. Usually, I shouldn't say usually, it's kind of exciting to see battles this close for track position this far into the race. And that is what endurance racing is all about. Wilson looking on the inside, doesn't have the space. Maybe looking at the S's as well, but definitely not going to have space there. Dangerous on the brakes, though. Turns off his lights. Interesting moves there with the lights turned off. Wilspin maybe trying to see if it throws off Melancone ahead. Turns the lights back on now. Maybe accidentally pushing those buttons too. I know sometimes that happens as well. Maybe give him the benefit of the doubt. Could be a tactic to throw him off though. So Wilson just looking for the opportunity. Goes a little bit wide there, forcing Melancone to be defensive. Has the better line going down the start-finish straight though. That'll get Wilspin on the outside. Better line through the kink. They'll put them side by side going into turn one. Melancone on the inside line. He'll plant it on the apex and he'll hold the position for the time being. Wilspin's got the pace. Last lap was 0.3 faster than the Audi. Reaching Rivera, some lap traffic there. The GT4s should have some space here. Passed them in the same part of the track, so they didn't lose much time at all. As they come up the hill into Lukop. I like to call it the spoon though, because it kind of looks like a little spoon. Similar to the Suzuka spoon, although it doesn't really drive similar. Very close battles here. Erdman maybe looking to make the move on Venema. Wilspin and Melancone or Melancone have GT4 traffic still. And there, wheel spin making the move into the spoon there. Looks like it's gonna stick. But we got Melancone right behind. Wheelspin going defensive down the mine shaft. Melancone has a good run going down to Crocodile. A lot of line opportunities here between our two drivers. Looks like the Porsche is going to hold out though. And there we go. That is a change in our podium position there. The Shumi Skins 92, driven by Shu Wheelspin right now, has gotten P2 from Melancone and the BJR Anime Club team. Porsche seems to be managing those tires much better than that Audi, falling off a lot quicker. Even though the Audi has some faster laps, recent laps have not been very quick from the Audi. And it looks like the Audi's losing time even as I speak. Our GT4 class seems to be leveling out. Current leader is Jackson. Pitch is in the pits right now, though. Be right back. Gotta go grab something super quick. We'll be back in the action in a moment. Ooh, close between Aaron Jackson and Belanger behind. But like I said, I'll be back in just a moment. Just a moment. back at it, and it looks like Loverink has taken P3. That is a podium change at 2 hours and 14 minutes left in this race. Apologies for missing that, but we still have action to go. Looks like a lot of our cars have maybe taken pit stops. Zinoviev looking for a battle for P5 here with Meyer. Burchett, Hogenberg still holding on, but lost some time there. As we move closer to the 2 hours remaining in this race, the wind continues to increase in speed, and I wonder if that means pretty soon we'll be seeing some rain on the horizon for our drivers. Meyer and Zinoviev battling it out here for P5. Very close battles with a lot of positions right now. Erdman and Venema, looks like some battles there. Venema does have the 15-second penalty though. A lot of battles going on right now. Here we have Loverink trying to get some space from Melancone behind. Isn't able to do it with all the traffic around. Here we have Erdman looking to get closer to Venema. When the pit stops occur though, Erdman should get that place pretty swimmingly, pretty easily. And here we go, watching Melon pitch right now with some traffic. Belanger passing. Pitch currently running P7, I believe that is, in the GT4 category. Ginettas aren't seeming to do too well. We have a car spun out, the 131 car. See what that is. 131 car of Javier Miranda, currently running in the last place of the GT4s. Back to Wilspin here. He's been able to gain some time on Loverink here. Melancone dropping back. Zinoviev still looking to catch up to Meyer in front. Hogenberg gaining time as well. Erdman gaining time. We are closing in on a pit window here. Things could change in terms of their location. Not sure how the pit stop strategies are working out at the moment. Watching all of our cars now. Meyer having the Audi of Benora in front, now behind. Benora running P3 in the GT4 category. Drawing ever closer to 4 hours into this race. Venema with Erdman close on the tail. Gonna have to make that pit stop though. So go to Meyer, pulling away from Vinoviev. Now it's got a 2.5 second gap. Hogenberg keeping close to Burchett in the Audi. Sorry, in the Aston Martin. Oh, sorry, even again, it's neither of those cars. Hogenberg is in the Lexus. Look to be a car out in the grass. Unless I'm seeing things wrong. Venema getting closed in here. As it gets darker too, our drivers are going to have to be more and more careful. They're going to be able to see less on track. P24, Adams and Pitch here. Like Adams and Pitch, this could be a battle. This could be a battle for the GT4 class here between Pitch and McAdams. Closing in here. Maybe Pitch was getting caught up with some... Maybe Pitch was getting caught up with some traffic now. Both driving that Ginetta, so should have very similar handling characteristics. Benora close behind. Benora is in front of them, though. That is going to be them getting lapped. Erdman closing in as well now. Let's go back to Erdman, hoping to make the move on Venema. He's got that car just ahead. Casino in between. It's going to be them lapping Casino. As Erdman makes the pass on Casino. Casino isn't yielding. Doesn't have to. Casino getting awfully close. Now Venema running into traffic, GT4 traffic. That'll push him back. And back to Pitch and McAdams. Pitch has now been able to gain a 5-second gap over McAdams. That's pretty good for only about a lap of driving. Erdman now back in it, closing up the gap. Erdman closing it up here. Wants to make that move. Ooh, and gets tapped by Casino. Into Crocodile. Casino taps Erdman there and is going to lose a bunch of time to Venema in front. Casino getting a little too close there. That's probably going to be a bit of a penalty for Casino there. This Casino now makes the move on Erdman. Erdman's probably got some damage to the rear of that Aston Martin though. Hogenberg is fastest in the speed trap now. Hogenberg's been overtaken by Duarte. Might be that fast because he ran off the track. GT4s seem to have settled down at the moment. Doesn't seem to be any incredibly close battles at this time. Erdman on the inside of Casino. I don't think Erdman's too happy with Casino here right now because he is a lapped car. Casino is going to let him... Oh, actually, no, Erdman's got to go take a pit stop. Probably right in time now because it is getting close to about that hour mark where a lot of our drivers will be taking their pit stop. Loverick's in the pits. Sneltron's in the pits. Meyer will take that lap back from Loverink, who is currently in the pits. Now here we have our leader, Jean-Sebastian Casagena. In the 91 Porsche, Schumi Skins Porsche. The 92 Schumi Skins Porsche, currently driven by Shu Willspin right here. Doing well. Close cars here from Reeder. Right now, the two Schumi Skins cars are dominating the race. Venema in the pits serving the 15-second penalty. Belanger will be able to get some time back on that. Penalty is cleared for Venema in the 77 Aston Martin Vantage. Felgen is back in that Porsche, oh sorry, in that Ferrari. Felgen is back in the Ferrari, passing pitch there. Pitch currently running P6 in the GT4 standings. Pitch is a good friend of Zealous, also being a representative from Delta Racing. Pitch has raced with us many seasons in the past. Drive-through for Hane there in the number 7 Aston Martin. We'll have to see what that's for here in a moment. See if there are any penalties. That could be one from unsafe driving or off tracks or something. Meyer out of the pits now. N.A.C.E.O. Melancone still driving for the Audi team. The BGR. Got two BGR teams with us today. Duarte and Formato and Landry and Melancone. Or Malacion, as Malacion takes his pit stop. Most likely to give the car over to his teammate, Marc Anthony Landry. looking at the timing sheets, Landry is now 1.8 seconds back from Felgen. Let's see if Landry can take that position back. Durand with a 10-second penalty. Avoidable contact between Durand and McAdams. Durand was awarded a penalty there. Landry dropping back from Felgen, trying to maybe get those tires warmed up. As the track continues to cool down, we're going to have to see some changes in our team's tire pressures as the night goes on. Bordeaux currently close to Casino here. Let's actually take a look at that race here, that battle going on here between Casino and Bordeaux. Bordeaux within a half a second from Casino now. Watching our leader here. Not sure how long his stint has been so far. I could imagine that they might change out here shortly. Meyer, P5, doing well. Landry dropping back from Felgen ahead. Currently 7 seconds back. Bordeaux closing in, actually losing just a little bit of time slightly. As Casino goes into the pits, that'll give Bordeaux the position. I think Bordeaux's already taken the pit stop though for his team, Duarte. Up into the Spoon, the Cope. Duarte will move ahead of Jackson, currently leading the GT4 class. Eric Noglish taking over the Janetta for Are Those the Other Cars? Taking over from our friend Jones. Pack has really spread itself out now. And as we close the 4-hour mark in this race, we now have just under 2 hours left to go in the race. Your current leader is the 91 Porsche car from Schumi Skins, the Porsche Works team, and right behind him, their teammates, Shu Willspin. And running in P3 at the moment is the Bricks Racing Ferrari 448, currently driven by Felgen. Landry is catching up slowly but surely, though. It's going to be a battle to watch for sure. Now here's a team that's been struggling for most of the race with different technical issues and incidences, making their way slowly but surely up the field. Spangler's team has been running in the 42s, where the cars in front have been running in the 44s, and even maybe a little bit slower than that. So Spangler's definitely going to want to make some moves. Shar with a penalty here. Casino and Erdman here now, lap 3, 131. That could have been the That actually, we watched that one. That was in the Crocodile, and Casino indeed did get the penalty there. So that's the car currently driven by Shar. Retro getting close, though, in that Audi to the Porsche of Shar. Meanwhile, Hane or Hane here, moving up through the ranks, trying to get closer to Paskin. Been some exciting racing so far. Seen a lot of changes in our podium positions. Landry is not out of the question either. It's going to be something to watch here as we go into these last couple hours. This last hour is going to be a lot about management for our teams before that final hour stint. Our teams are really going to need to make sure to stay clean if they want the best chance of gaining any positions here at the end. As Portis mentioned when we were talking earlier, it's key for our teams to keep clean for the first 5 hours of this race. And so far, it's been debatable about whether that's happened in some cases. Some teams have been better than others. As Rivera plats himself in front of Zeskoka right here. Zeskoka goes into the pits in the 777 BMW. Reader getting close to Karasala here in the GT4 class. And as we go into an hour and 50 minutes left, I think it's going to be a good time for the last break for me to give myself a bit of a break before we go into the last hour of this race. A lot could happen still. A lot has happened. Looking at Landry up here, currently running faster, it seems, than Felgen in front. Landry running about a second faster than Felgen these last few laps. Looking at the timing screen here now too. Actually, Landry just lost some time to Felgen. Could be because of traffic. Most likely is traffic. Stop go 30 for Kowalik. Wonder if that was a penalty from speeding into the pits. Wolfgang Meyer now in the Audi, or sorry, in the Porsche for Team 911. Landry making that charge, passes Hane here. Nothing so far. Hogenberg getting closer to Kruliskick. Skruskicki. Navigating traffic here out of Lee Cop. Down the mine shaft, closing in on that Porsche in front. TR will pass Kowalik there, serving a stop-go or stop-go 30-second penalty. Paskin behind, just opting to give the position. Retro just going to give that position up to Paskin. Probably the smart decision. Don't want to get into any incidences here. The Ace of Speed team running P6. I believe now is the time for a break. Gonna take about a 45-minute break here and give commentary on the last hour of this race. Again, I want to thank you all for joining us for the for this live stream and for this race. Thank you for coming and supporting the drivers. Huge shout out to Zealous, the Zealous team, the Apollo Racing Club team, and the Delta Racing League team for helping get this kind of circuit all together and promoting it to their drivers. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring coverage, and we're not over yet. We have an hour and 47 minutes left in this race, and I will be back for that last hour. Be on a watch for Landry here as he takes on Felgen. Could be a move there. Also Hogenberg. A lot can still happen in this race, and more is to come. Stay tuned, and I'll be back in a bit. Here we are. The last 57 minutes of the race. Here we have Hasbrook, our second place driver for the GT4s, coming in for their pit stop. And maybe the final driver change as well. Doran trying to get back to Landry after losing P2 to Landry in the last stint. Loverink also lost some positions as well, having gone all the way up into P3. Now it looks like Fletcher is feeling some pressure from a GT3 from behind. Fletcher closing in on I'm Not Jimmy for fourth place here. A lot of our cars still have to make a final pit stop though. With 56 minutes left in this race, this is going to be the final run for a lot of our drivers. We're going to have one more stop, and then that will be the race. Landry moving ahead of Venema there. As you can see, Doran close behind. "177 laps have been raced by our lead driver today. So far, the 91 car has really dominated these last 4 hours after having some close battles with Landry, and that. Let me make sure I get their name right. The BGR team, I think, or BGR, sorry, team. After some close battles in the opening moments of the race, they've really gone away with it now. Now, the BGR team into the pits. This is going to be their final stop of the night. No inclement weather as of the moment. Our leader, Taryn, now comes through Cheetah and is going for another lap. Matthew Reed, P10 currently. Now there's a team to be happy for. The Jeff Spangler and his team, having been plagued with network issues and the like, they are not in last place after being a lap down, many laps down for most of this race. We've got Shar in the 997 Porsche into the pits, serving their 25-second penalty. That's going to be a hefty penalty for them. Current fastest lap is a 140.995. That is for the GT3s. For the GT4s, 1.5 151.392, I believe, is the fastest lap I see. Actually, it's not true. I see a 151.0 by Anthony Jones. But as we know, they've been plagued by different issues as well, engine issues, some incidences early in the race, and they're still hurting from it right now. Currently 4 laps down from DC Spud in front of them. Landry back out, opting to go for this last stint. Going to some of our GT4 cars here, we have Rick Reeder, and it looks like Hasbrook is behind him in that Audi sport car. Hasbrook's currently sitting in P3 for the class. Hasbrook is 15 seconds behind Toth, who's in P2. Looking around, seeing if there's any other pit stops. Currently nothing I can see on the board in terms of stops from our drivers. 50 minutes are left in this race as our leader Taryn is turning turn 2. Oh, and that's something of note. Taryn, our leader, loses the car. Loses the car and hits the barrier. Hits the barrier very hard. Interesting, but looks like nothing too bad happening. One of our low fuel racing cars here, Nathan Tanner, getting passed by Reed of the GT3 class, currently close behind. I'm not Jimmy, but it's a lapped. He is currently the lapped car in that situation. For Monto, into the pits in the 11 car. For Monto, the other BGR team car. Watching all of our drivers here. And Shar getting very squirrely there out of... Shar getting really squirrely out of Cheetah there. We're going to have to see what happened there. Shar coming out of Cheetah had some issues there with another car, it looked like. There he is. Brakes. Interesting. Didn't see what happened there. Let me go back one more time here. Maybe back another minute. Oh, that's not going to do it. It's not going to be enough time for me to see what happens. But we'll get back to... We'll get back to the action here. as we're watching our cars here. Kind of want to see if there's any damage on the car of Taryn. Doesn't look like there's too much major damage on Taryn's car. Nothing that I can see after hitting the wall there. Taryn and that 91 Porsche still dominating the race so far. Hasbrook is closing in on top for the GT4 P2 position. Meyer lapping Retro. Looks like working out the kinks still here with some of the drivers. Meyer into the pits. 45 minutes left in this race. Looks like a few teams still have a pit stop to make. Not too many left though. Weffling and Surovov in the back of the GT3s. Looks to be having a bit of a battle here. Looks like Weffling will take that position from Suvorov. Maybe that's how it's pronounced. Reeder in the pits. Fletcher 5 seconds behind. I'm Not Jimmy now. That is gaining quite a bit of time there. Hope you guys are all enjoying this race. We've got 42 minutes still left in this race. Doesn't seem like it's a short amount of time, and it really isn't, but we have been going at it for 5 hours and 15 minutes, over 5 hours and 15 minutes right now. Shar getting close to Retro there, makes that move. Retro concedes the spot. Landry laps Toth. Hasbrook is now 10 seconds back from Toff. Must have got caught in some traffic. Ooh, Burchett loses the car a little bit there. Wonder if he was bumped. Let's go back and see. Burchett looks to be a little bit of, yes, does get bumped a little bit by Miranda there, but kind of comes into Miranda. Maybe a little bit too aggressive with the move there. Hogenberg in the thick of it here. Collins seems to have found himself in the thick of it most of this race. The 92 car makes a driver change, wheel spin in for Zach Doran. Loverink has the reins of that Ferrari 448 and P4 right now. Loverink currently has the fastest lap of the race. Fastest lap currently sitting at a 1:40.967, very close to the 91 car's lap like it. Fletcher now 4.3 seconds behind I'm Not Jimmy. Tanner getting close to Gibran Setetha. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Looking at the timing screens, Hasbrook gains time and then loses it pretty quickly. Looking at our timing sheets, Fletcher is going faster, but seems to just be having a few laps or a few places in the lap where he's losing time. Gets close in sector 3 and loses it in sectors 1 and 2, and it could be multiple reasons that's happening. Loverink closing the gap to wheel spin. Still got a ways to go. 9 seconds. Looking at lap times, pretty close between the two drivers. So it could just be a bad lap from Landry in front. Sorry, Will Spin in front. Actually, I was looking at Landry's times. Will Spin is losing time by about 4/10. by about 4/10 to Loverink every lap. I'm Not Jimmy and Dustin Fletcher. A lot of battles in the GT4 class right now. Tanner, 4 seconds back from Gibran in front. Been running steady all race. just realized I've been on mute for such a long time here. That is unfortunate. But this is for position here. Tanners versus Gibran. Getting pushed by Wolfgang Meyer. Got some love in the chat for the Meyer brothers. As that Porsche GT3 makes its way between the two lower class cars. The two GT4s take the inside there, let them on through. They still got some trouble from behind. That gives Tanner an opportunity to get closer. Venema coming through is the GT3 coming on through. Looks like Toth got into some trouble there. Looks like Toth got into some trouble there in the GT4 class, has dropped back quite a bit. Erdman coming on the inside there. Hasbrook of the GT3 class still needs to make a pit stop. Actually, that's Toth's misadventure there. May have secured Hasbrook and that 793 Audi GT4 might have secured them the second place podium position for the class. Looking here now, Landry pulling ahead of Wilspin and Loverink. Loverink has dropped back quite substantially over the last few laps. Going back, we have Landry, Christian Landry here, another Landry, who is battling with Spangler here. Jeff Spangler, the No Beans team, coming from way behind at the start of this race, has really just put their head down and continued to move forward. It's great to see. See if Spangler and that Honda can make this position stick. We also have the battle between Gibran and Nathan Tanner. Let's go take a look at that. Getting very close here now as they cross the final turn. Could this be the run that Tanner needs to pass down the start-finish straight? 23 minutes left to go. Doesn't look like Tanner's going to have the opportunity. Burchett is getting his nose in there as well. Burchett is in the GT3 class trying to get by these drivers. It's not going to bode well for Tanner, going to make him wait a little longer. Spangler has gotten past Landry now, up into P14. We missed that move. But Spangler's made the move, probably in the Crocodiles. Now making the drive up to P13. Don't think that's going to work, though. I don't know if there's enough time to make back the 40 seconds that he needs to get back up into another position. Erdman Venema closing in. Back to Tanner here as they come towards Licopes. Tanner takes a wide line there. I'm not Jimmy. Gonna maybe pushing him wide, maybe not on purpose, but just kind of his presence there forces him wide. Hasbrook still has yet to make the 15-second stop for their penalty. Still have yet to receive word on what happened. On what happened with the Delta Racing League car that Toth is driving right now. Honestly, if Hasbrook, if there's any time to pit, now 29 car of Gibran is into the wall there. Tanner's going to take that line. Let's see if we have a Oh no, and it looks like indeed Tanner does clip the back end of Gibran's Porsche there. That is going to be a penalty. I am sorry to hear that. Looks like Nathan Tanner's going to probably get a 15-second penalty for that one. And it might move him forward in the standings, but with it being so close to the end of the race, who knows? That is not what you want to see happen. With how much time that Stith has lost. Ooh, gets a little close to Loverink there. Probably a lot of damage on that car right now. It's going to need to be a larger penalty than that to make it actually mean something now with so little time left in this race. Gibran now is 24 seconds back from Tanner. I almost think that Gibran should try to stick it out, whatever damage that he has. It's really too bad. Flash of yellow there. Doesn't appear to be anything wrong. Gibran is staying out. Good for him. Only 18 minutes, 50 seconds left in this race. Hasbrook still has yet to make the pit stop. Fletcher hasn't been able to make a move on Jimmy. Hasn't been able to get closer. Erdman still getting closer and closer to Vanima every lap. Wilspin also gaining time. He's currently in the thick of it. Going to be interesting to see how the penalties are managed here. We're probably going to end up seeing some penalties for Tanner. We see Belanger. You know, I say these guys are kind of in sleepy zones right now, but with all the traffic that mixed class racing gives us, mixed class racing gives us, our drivers need to really be on their toes the whole time. Erdman was gaining time, but has lost it since. Belanger doing well in that Ferrari. Good to see him and Reed adapting well to that car. Seeing if Tanner has gotten that penalty yet. Doesn't appear so. And there's Gibran. Sadly punted off. Making his way, continuing on. I think there's quite a bit of damage, though, on that Porsche, if I had to guess. And judging by the time, he has been losing time. See if he lets Toth through. He does. Loverink has really dropped off from our podium places here. Was looking very close for a while, was gaining quite a bit of time, but has since dropped off the pace. Getting down to the wire now, 15 minutes left in this 6-hour race. It has been close battles the whole way through. "200 laps have been raced so far. Miranda with a stop-go 30-second penalty. Just got word on the Toth incident. Looks like was battling for second place with Hasbrook there and got into a bit of an incident with a lapped car. Just got news as well that no one is yet to report that incident between between Satea and Tanner. So no penalty awarded yet for that, with 11 minutes 20 seconds left to go. Here we watch Belanger. Things look to be evening themselves out. Fletcher still getting closer and closer to Jimmy, but then losing that time other places in the track. Here we watch Belanger looking to lap, or looking to maybe undo a lapping from Hogenberg here. We also have the battle Erdmann versus Venema brewing. Will's been gaining a few tenths every lap, but I don't know if that's enough at this point. Really needed to gain that time a little bit earlier in the day, earlier in the race, because at this point might be a little bit too late to make that time back up. So we now go to Erdmann and Venema battling it out here. This could be the battle at the end of the race to watch for the final top 10 position in the GT3 class. Looking further back, we also have Fletcher. That could be a battle if he can pick up the pace here in the last 9 minutes of the race. Now getting very close. Timing says 3/10. Oh, and some bumps. That puts Fletcher into the wall as they go 3 wide out of Sunset there. The GT3s getting way too aggressive there. They run into Fletcher. A lot of cars here right now. Cars blinking their lights. Erdmann wants to still get the position. Didn't actually make it work there. Got a lot of lapped cars though. 8.5 minutes left to go. Fletcher isn't gonna like that. That really puts a damper on all of the hard work he was doing. Now Erdmann makes a move on the inside out of Crocodile, and it looks like that's gonna stick. Ooh, very close. Oh, and Venema goes over the bump at Cheetah and runs into I Am Not Jimmy. That is not what we want to see there. I'm Not Jimmy gets taken out by Venema there. Definitely gonna see some penalties, I can imagine there. That'll give Fletcher the opportunity to get back. Let's see where Fletcher actually is right now. And Fletcher actually does get the position because of that incident. The battle between Venema and Erdmann causes the GT4 battle to basically end right there. Drivers getting maybe a little bit too impatient here in the last stretch of this race. Wonder what we're gonna see in terms of battles. Lovering getting some flashes from the car behind. Wonder what that is. We will see if any of those incidences are reported here. Might have some more as we close out the race here. Spangler into the S's here. 6 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. Watching the incidences to see if there's any penalties. See if there's any penalties that come up. Vanima's now 12 seconds back from Erdman. That'll pretty much give him the spot. Wilspin is making up time, but not enough time left in the race to make anything work. I'm Not Jimmy, hoping to get back up into play with Fletcher there. That is the final podium position that I Am Not Jimmy had in the bag. And to no fault of Fletcher, is getting that position back. That's why Cheetah is so dangerous. It was definitely, I think, the fault of the GT3 car there. Going on the inside of Cheetah too wide, bumping the inside line and unsettling the car. There's nothing he can do at that point. He's already made the mistake. Still looking here for any other action that might be caused. 5 minutes left, and it looks like our 91 car of the Shumi Skins team is going to have a great final few laps, as we have a couple cars go wide there. 131 car goes a bit wide, coming back onto the track. Miranda. Landry's holding off Wilspin's attempts at gaining time back. Looking at our timing, doesn't look like any penalties are coming through just yet. Remember, our teams need to report it in themselves in order to get the penalty. So if they want to see action be done, they need to report that as soon as they possibly can. Only 3 minutes left in this race. Getting down to the wire here. Very, very close. Haven't had any new penalties come in yet as we go 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. Again, Fletcher actually got into that battle a little bit earlier than Jimmy and was run off out of Sunset here. And then Jimmy gets caught up into it even later into the race. I think Hasbrock should probably take that penalty here soon, because I think the penalty will get larger the longer they wait. And there we have Vanima and I Am Not Jimmy. Vanima will get a 15-second penalty there. So Vanima, there it is, slapped on him. That's the penalty we were waiting for there. Sad to see that happen so late in the race. But that's the price you pay, sadly. That is the price you pay. Now 1 minute 50 seconds left in this race. Welcome everyone joining us for the ends. It has been incredible so far. Great driving from a lot of drivers, a lot of different incidences and wild things happening. We never want to see it, but it does lead to some interesting racing outcomes. As we have 1 minute left, our leaders currently are going through sunset. This will be, I believe, the last lap of the race for these drivers. As we watch Jean-Sebastian Casagena in the 91 Porsche Works Team Schumi Skins Porsche come home on the final lap of this race. They've maintained this lead from about the hour 1 mark onward, and they've been commanding the race ever since. Very great performance from them as they come through Crocodile. Toth in the GT4 heading through Cheetah. Really no need to get too aggressive here against that lapped car, as the white flag is being flown, which means that the checkered flag is flown. That is your winner, the 91 car. The Schumi Skins 91 car will take the lead of the race. Behind him, Landry is going to be the next car. Hasbrook crosses the finish line with the 15-second penalty. We'll take that as an add-on to their time. That is going to be P2 in the GT4 class for Hasbrook. Duarte, P9, will finish out that race. As we watch our drivers come on through, a few more coming through. Franken, congratulations to him. Franken is the winner of our GT4 class there. Again, gained the lead of the GT4 class about the hour 1 mark, and they have held it now for the whole entire race since. That's Franken and his teammate. Franken and his teammates, Phil Roberts and Aaron Jackson of the Kaiju Racing Team. Congratulations to those two. And like I mentioned, the 91 Porsche team, who is driven by Jean-Sebastien and Nageltaren. So congratulations to those two. Landry now coming down the hill. We're actually already having crossed the finish line now. Landry driving the BJGR Anime Club Audi. Marc Anthony and Marc-Andre. Congratulations to them on P2. And then for the GT3 cars, got a few guys doing some donuts there. We've got Shu Wheelspin and Zach Doran of the Team Schumi Skins Porsche 92 car, taking the podium places for our GT3 class. For a GT4 class, now here, let's get the timetables up for GT4. We've got, like I have mentioned there, Jackson and Roberts, Franken of that Kaiju Racing BMW in the GT4, Aiden Hasbrook and Louis Benora of the GTMR Racing Team in the Audi GT4. There will get P2, and Dustin Fletcher with Melon Pitch there at the end of the race will get P3, finishing out the podium positions for our GT4 class. Now, there's a lot of action there at the end of that race, and I want to thank all of our drivers for coming out. That was an incredible race from the start to finish. battles going on throughout the whole field, throughout the whole race. What a wonderful moment there. So much battling, so much racing. Sadly, didn't get any weather changes for rain and such in the server tonight, but that didn't mean that the conditions weren't difficult for our drivers already, with so many cars, GT3s and GT4s, coming by and coming through. A lot to manage for our drivers, maybe enough to manage as it was, but what an incredible race from our drivers. Thank you to all of our drivers. Casagena, Taryn, Landry, Melancone, Willspin, Doran, Loverink, Felgen, both of the Myers, Wolfgang, and Andy, Aronov, Zinoviev, Zinoviev, Molodikin, Burchett, Trusinski. Sorry if I pronounced that name wrong. Hogenberg, Flores, Duarte, Formato, Erdman, Hane, Venima, Paskin, Belanger, Reed, Pareto, Donoso, Spalanger, Sneltrin, Char, Casino, and Lettenbauer, Retro and Durand, Landry and Bordeaux, Vinit Bordeaux, Weffling, Zarzecki, Suvorov, Zadoka, Zazkoka, and Kowaluk, Franken, Jackson, Roberts, Hasbrook, Benura, Fletcher, Pitch, I Am Not Jimmy, Lee, Toth, Lee, and Rivera, Tanner and McAdams, Staith, I want to say Staith and Reader, Karasala and Spud, Jones and Naglich, Miranda and LeBlanc, and Sanchez Bear and Frazier. Want to thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you all for racing and joining us for the 6 hours of Kyalami. It's been a wonderful time hosting for you. Thank you all for tuning in, and look forward to hopefully more events in the future. I know plenty of events are going on between all three of our sim racing groups, between Apollo Racing Club, Delta Racing League, and Zealous Racing League. Want to give a huge shout out to KP, Sean Collis, and Calvin Wolf, our admins for today's race, and the folks that were doing our live stewarding. Want to give a huge thank you for our co-sponsors of this race, Delta Racing League, Apollo Racing Club. Um, Thank you so much for joining us for this 3-race endurance race open, this endeavor. It's been fabulous to tune into and to be a part of. That is all, folks, though. Thank you again for joining. I have been Shim. This has been the 6 hours of Kailami, and thank you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.